well, not dying. It's like this to me. I'm not like that to you, mommy. I'm super nice. Super nice. Super nice. Super nice. You wanna do my science homework for me? Like, if you had one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, but you capture it, you just let it slip, yo. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms. The whole crowd goes so loud. He's opened his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking now. Everybody's joking now. Clocks runs out. Time's up. Over. Snap back to reality. Oh, the ghost gravity. Oh, the ghost gravity. Okay, I'm done. No more. No more. I promise. Alrighty. That was well done. I know, right? Alright. Today I am playing Baldur's Gate 3. Because yeah. 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 Yeah, how are you guys? How are you? Spend 3 hours in character custom. You know, I was thinking it might be like 2 hours for me. You know, hopefully it doesn't take that long. I was thinking of like, you know, doing it quickly so I don't spend like hours on it. Did I just start a new game? New game. Select your difficulty. Huh. Damn. I thought it'd be too early for a second. Too early for what? Too early for what? If you're not picky, sure. Otherwise, otherwise what? We're gonna go normal. I'm pretty sure balance is normal mode, right? Normal. This is the first time I'm playing this, okay, guys? So, yeah. If you guys want to play this and don't want spoilers, it's okay. You guys could leave. It's fine. Oh my god, look at those feet! Yum. Well, if you're not really picky, character customized. Ah, okay. Okay. Oh man, cut those nails, please. Don't make fun of my nails. Mommy, are your nails really that long? Cut them. What is that? Is that a leech? Oh my god. This is kinda nasty. It can't be sanitary. Yeah, right? Oh my god. Wait! I'm dead for a long time tomorrow.
Who are you?
Can't see them under these bandages. Okay. I don't know how to respond to that, mommy. Okay, enable tutorials. Okay, would you like to turn them on? Yes. Alright. How do I don't want to click anything, like, anything wrong. I misread? I'm dead for a long time, remember? Ah! You spelled it wrong, mommy. You spelled it wrong. Okay, the T and the I look, they looked blend in, so I read it as TMR, like tomorrow, and I was like, huh? I didn't get it. Welcome in, Dolphin Bird. Welcome in. How are you? Yes, I'm playing Baldur's Gate. I spelled one. Yeah, I mean, obviously, one little mistake can ruin an entire thing. All right, mommy. Randomize. How do I change origin characters? Custom? Race? Elf! Everybody picks elf. Elf is so pretty. Horns? Oh my god! I have horns. We have one undead, one mystery person, a sharp person, and now a flying dolphin in the chat. Dolphin bird. What's this? Horns. A drow? Driven to the Underdark, most drow have adopted a ruthless pragmatism, while the lost sworn delight in the goddess' evil tenets. The Seldarine reject her attempt to overthrow the leader of the Elven. Oh, human? I could be human? Human is so basic though. No, every time I play like Skyrim, I pick like the human race because they look normal. They look human. Everybody else is human. Be the opposite of your 5'11" ass. You mean a gnome? Wait, should I be a gnome? Huh, I'm really like considering it. Or a dwarf. Oh my god, I could be a dwarf. Half elf. Wait, she's so pretty. Yes, be a lolly. But I'm not a lolly though. I'm not a lolly. Half orc. Dragonborn? Oh my gosh, wait! I wanna be a dragonborn. Looks cool. Huh. Halfling. Wait, what's the difference between this and dwarf? Small yet capable halfling prefer the comfort of home and hearth, but their natural luck and dexterity makes them fine adventurers. Small, clever, energetic. Gnomes use their long lives to explore Faerun's brightest corners and darkest depth. Oh, interesting. Mommy, how do you pronounce this? Free fan service. How do you pronounce this? Get that? Gith? Yankee? Gitan? Yankee? I'm kind of leaning towards like Drow or Tiefling because they have horns. Okay, descended from devils. Oh my god, a devil? Wait, maybe this one. Maybe I should be this one. This race. Base racial speed. Okay. Dark vision. Okay. Hellish resistance. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the redeem. Okay. Face constant suspicion of Aaron. Oh my god, that is so true. Thankfully, the arcane abilities make them natural survivors. This is me. Oh my god. This is so me. Gith Yankee. Gith Yankee. Okay. Human. Bro. Okay. Elf. Elves are at home with nature power, flourishing in light and dark. Wait, they have 4? Fae ancestry, you have the advantage on saving throws against being charmed. Ah, and magic can put you to sleep. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, Yanan? Yan? What? Okay, explain furthermore, mommy. I think I'm gonna go with this one. Tiefling. I'm gonna say Tiefling. Gith Yankee. Oh, Gith Yankee. I'm a disappointment. Oh my god, my model is like lagging so badly because this freaking game. This freaking game is taking so much like power. Holy damn. Holy damn. Is my OBS dying? Oh, is my stream laggy? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Oh my goodness. You can just play with no model, PNG streamer. Should I? But it's not gonna be fun though. Okay, we'll see. If it becomes like a bigger problem, then blame the waterfall. Yeah, if it becomes like a big problem, I might just be a PNG then. Later though. Sub race? Wait, I could be biracial, like two races. Oh, like a certain race? Asmodeus, Tiefling. Bound to Ness is the deepest layer of the hills. These Tiefling inherit the ability to wield fire. For the Archdevil, okay. Wait, what's this? Mage hand? Create spectral hand that can manipulate interact. Wait, I like this. Wait, what's this? You want to be the bastard? Did you turn your... I think I did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Should I check? How do I check? Yeah. You wanna help? I mean, I just picked like... Oh, should I put my resolution down? Verge. Okay. Okay, right now I'm playing on like... It's super high res. Yes. Okay. I put it down to 1080. Here. Go back. Is it better? Ish? Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba. Hopefully he's better. Ish. Alrighty. Asmodeus. A flame in your hand shields... Oh, shed a light in 9 meters radius and deals 1 to 8 fire damage when thrown. Model works a little better, but is my stream working better? Like, there's no lags, right? No lags. Zerial. Tiefling from Zero bloodline are empowered with martial strength and can channel a searing flame to punish their enemies. Oh, okay. Alrighty, okay. I think this is good. I think this is good. Like turn. Here, throw something at me. What's this? Gain advantage on intimidation and performance checks. 10 turns. Oh, oh, oh my goodness. Okay, thanks. Thanks. Wink. Alright, which one, mommy? Which one? Which one should I pick? Huh? See. You know, I'm gonna go with this one. Mage hand. Seems cool. Good gnome. Don't wink at me. Wink. Right eye wink. See. Class. Barbarian. Bard. You know, I see a lot of people pick this one. You know? Why? What should I be? What am I? What do you guys think I am? Rogue? Wait, like assassin? With stealth, skill, uncanny reflexes, rogue, my god, I can't talk. Let them get the upper hand in most any situation. Ooh, wait. Sorcerer? I hardly even know her. Natural spellcasters. Alright. Okay, so if I have my magic hand, that's kind of like magic, right? A warlock? Thank you. Thank you, mommy. Bound by a pact. Bound by a pact to an all-powerful patron. Warlocks traded loyalty for supernatural abilities and unique magic. Whoa! Okay. I know exactly how this works. Okay. Wizard. Ranger. Oh my god, I love bow and arrow. Rangers are unrivaled scouts and tracker, honing on a deep connection with nature in order to hunt their... Beast tamer. Beast tamer. Yeah.
The people I watch like to be a beast tamer.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, welcome in, mommy. Welcome in.
So, I'm gonna be doing my homework.
You're gonna be doing your homework while on stream? Get out of here! Did you read the status? It says,
huh?
It says Baldur's Gate players only.
Nah.
Alright.
Hey, it's not my fault. Nobody wants to buy the game from me. At the same time, you don't want to buy this.
Okay, you think I have money? Alright.
Apparently you do.
Paladin. Fueled by the oath you swore to uphold justice and righteousness, you are a beacon of hope in dark times. For healing? A sage. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my god, you're gonna be the thing that you're not gonna be anything else but like a spirit water. If you're a sage.
Welcome in, Inai. Welcome in. Hi, we're a little late, but got home. No, it's okay. It's okay. I just started. You know, I'm barely making my character. It's okay. How are you? How was your day? Fighter. Fighter seems kind of basic though. A monk. I mean, like from like all of the like D&D stuff, I think my favorite is like Ranger. Especially from like, you know, Vox Machina. If you any of you guys seen that show? Amazing. Did you sneeze?
No, I should put myself
Oh my god.
on push to talk. That way you don't hear me coughing.
Oh. Oh, alright, mommy.
I told you I'm dying, okay? I'm not lying.
Then why are you here?
Because I'm still waiting.
It's good, been productive. That's great. That's great. Unlike me, but I have 1.1k points. I don't know what to do. I mean, you could do anything. You know, if you wanna like throw stuff at me, it's fine. I won't hate you. You know, I'm not gonna plan your murder. Oh, a cleric. Cleric are a representative of the gods and their worship, wielding important divine magic for good or ill. Wait, this is so good. Monk. Oh my god! Oh my gosh! It's lagging because of this goddamn game. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, if I go missing, you know why? Not because of me, alright? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you enjoyed that. Alright. I don't know which. I mean, I'm gonna go with Ranger. Okay, because I like running away and standing back.
You guys hear that?
Alright.
She's scared to commit.
Yep.
Confirmed.
Yep, that is very true. Very true.
Also, yeah, and then I am technically resting. I'm just trying to do my homework right now, so at the same time.
Favored enemy. What? Studying the tactics and ability of certain creatures has granted you a set of abilities that is useful in a variety of situations. Huh, Mage Breaker? You have a history of battling spellcasters. I hate spellcasters. I rather fight like people, like close combat people. You know? Ranger Knight?
In other words, she's saying she can't aim.
I could aim. You know,
Then you shouldn't have an issue fighting long-range people.
I mean, it's easier to fight a close combat person because I could run and shoot, and they have to come at me.
You can do the same thing.
You know?
Oh my god.
Jeez, I'm gonna be lucky for now, but still got work on. Good luck, Ninai. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you, thank you. Alright, Bounty Hunter. You specialize in hunting creatures from other planes in existence. You gain proficiency in Arcana and cast protection from good and evil. Oh my god, from evil and good. My bad. Bounty Hunter. Okay, I'm gonna go with Bounty Hunter. Or Ranger Knight? Heavy armor. I like light armor though. Wait. Stalker? Wait. You swear to hunt the enemies of a holy or Druidic order. You gain proficiency in religion and can cast Secret Flame. Interesting. Interesting.
Everybody lock your doors.
I'm not a stalker, okay guys? You think I leave the house?
Yes.
I don't know what to pick. Oh my gosh. It's so hard to make like decisions.
Just you can always come back and play. So whichever one you want to play, you play that one. You can always come back and play the other ones.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the stalker one.
Of course.
I don't know. Sounds like something a stalker would say. that is very true. All
She's
right.
trying to convince you to feel safe, and then she's gonna show up at your door and you're gonna be like, I'm not safe anymore.
Beast Tamer. Urban Tracker. Okay. Investigating the wild within the city, you gain proficiency in a sleight of hand. Huh. Code. You have spent endless days surviving desolate tundras. You gain resistance to cold damage. Huh. This one's fire damage. Poison. Beast Tamer. Okay, I'm just gonna stick with Beast Tamer. Because, you know, wink, wink. To-do list 1, go to proof the house. Guys, these horns are fake.
Yeah. You guys have. It was a clip, right, where you tore off your horns.
Oh
You
yeah,
said no
yeah.
horns, and you took off your horns.
These horns are fake. You know? Don't you know I like role playing?
Hey, don't give people that image.
Yeah, I could roleplay as a goat. Yeah, guys. Background? Background? Entertainer. Oh my god, I am dumb. It says background and I was like looking at behind me, like behind my character. I was like, why isn't it changing? And then I read it. It's supposed to be like my past.
Oh my god. Yes. Yes, your background, as in your character's background. Not the background of the scene.
Goodness. Background. Soldier. I'm an entertainer. Alright, guys? I'm an entertainer. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. So funny. Ha ha. So funny. You live to sway and subvert your audience, engaging common crowds in high society alike. Preserving art and bringing joy to the... That is so me! That is so me, right? I'm very charismatic. Oh my gosh. Abilities? Should I just leave it as like... what do you call it? Oops. Oops. As like default. Strength. Okay. Wisdom. That seems pretty high. 15. 10. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it as is. Edit. Oh, okay. My face. How does my face look? It's very round. Very round. I have very, very chubby cheeks. It's what? It's only like 6 heads?
That's enough heads, okay?
Alright. Guess I'll just go with the first one. Cause she looks Asian and I'm Asian.
How are you gonna dox yourself? Well, I guess it is since people already know.
Everybody knows I'm Asian.
But still.
Alright. Alright. Scars? Oh wait, this is cool. Man, I don't even have a scar on my face. Yeah, let's just keep it done. Maturity. I'm very young.
I will be say so specifically for you in your chat.
Ah. Okay. Sure, mommy. It'll be your problem though.
Also, Nina, at this point, I told Shinobi, I'm like, if I dox myself, I dox myself. Don't worry about it.
Yep, midnight. Okay, I don't have that. I don't have freckles either. Alright. Body art? Body art? Wait, this is cool. I don't have any markers on my face though. This. Still more? Turn! Oh my gosh. Okay. Neck tattoo? Oh wait, this is cool. The little sword on my neck. That's kind of hot.
Honestly, don't make that character look too much like you now, Shen.
I I know that. I know that. Wait, this is cool. I like this. Wait, this is cool. Huh.
Typical consumption into the eye by darkness.
Now let's make it green. My color green. Green one. Gray green. Jungle green. Huh. Welcome in!
Hello, Chewy.
Chewy. Welcome in! Yes, I'm playing
told her-
Baldur's Gate.
I told her to
Yes.
spend 3 hours on character customization, so we'll see what she does.
Yes, welcome in. How are you? I saw you on Valorant. Jeez. Make me proud? Sure. I guess.
It's okay, I'm always gonna be disappointed in her.
I like the jungle
You
one.
know, you gotta stay true Asian, you know?
Piercing style. Wait, there's piercings? Oh. Should I make it look like me now? With piercings? I don't have that though. Oh wait, this is so me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. A lot better now that you're finally streaming. Wait, who's the Debbie Downer? Debbie Downer? Who uses that phrase? Oh my gosh. You're so
Older
old.
generation, we don't use it. But also, I can't say that because the older generation use the terms schmuck and turd, and I use those two terms too, so.
He's so old. Eye color. My eye color is purple. Purple. Should I make it yellow? Like my goat eyes? Your turds. Your age is showing. Chewing, your age is showing. Yeah, I'm gonna make it purple. But this doesn't look good though. Just light purple. I like that one. That one looks like
Yellow actually
my eyes.
looks okay. It's just the skin color doesn't match the yellow. That's it.
Yeah. Can I change the skin color? Or do I have to be purple?
No, the purple is fine. The purple actually looks better.
General.
It matches like
Oh,
the more
wait.
like grayed out skin.
I am female, yes.
Where to next? What was that letter the locals?
Tiefling
Hells. Something just
and
broke up.
ranger.
It's opened. I wonder what's back there.
More of those
Your
wretched
tiefling, what
things.
class? I don't know.
Right, ranger, right? You were saying you were gonna
Oh yeah,
go around shoot
yeah.
people.
Yeah.
But
I'm
you
gonna
were
be
too
a
scared to
sniper.
fight ranged people.
Obviously, it's easier to like shoot people who are like close combat. you know, because
Yeah,
they're
she-
gonna
again,
have to
she's saying she
chase
can't
to
aim.
me.
She's saying she can't aim. She can't shoot people far away.
No, I don't want them to shoot me, you know. I rather have them attack me and I defend. You know what I mean?
There's
Easy.
magic keeping this chest sealed.
Where to next? Let's hope the local.
Hells. Something just woke up to...
Be wary.
It's opened.
I like this
I
one.
wonder what's back there.
It's opened. I wonder what's back there. Okay, skin color. Wait, I can change my skin color. See, I'm very like... I have like a neutral skin color in real life. Like this. Or like this. Wait, that's so pink. Why do I look so pink?
There's nothing wrong with looking pink.
Yeah, but I don't
You're
want to
just
like
blushing.
I've been like sweating.
Oh, look, see, even your model on stream looks pink.
Alright, alright. Here, I think this one's good. Whoa, whoa! Cool! Very cool. Okay. Makeup? Makeup? Ha 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 ha! Makeup? Ooh. Ooh! Wait. This is so... It's like I'm playing Skyrim all over again. Pretty cool. Yeah, I like this one. Can I change it to green? Green. Bright green? Meh. Meh, meh, meh. It's meh. Oh, purple. Oh no, never mind. Never mind. Purple looks bad. Okay. Okay, lip tint. Lip tint. Lighting in the creation screen is pretty yellowish, so it's messing with the skin tones a bit. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Goes this one. No, I kind of look like the girl from what's her name? The girl from Guardians and the Galaxy, you know? The alien
Kind
girl.
of.
Yeah.
Kind of. She just doesn't have the Asian features.
Dova King. Dova King. Mantis? Yeah, yeah, Mantis. Yeah. Yeah, Mantis. Yeah, I'm not a Marvel
Oh, you
fan, so I
You
don't.
see
I don't
that,
know.
right? No, nobody said that the lighting was kind of yellowish in character selection.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that.
Okay, okay.
I read that. Did you not?
I didn't hear you read it. I'm sorry. I'm doing my homework and I'm literally playing a 1-hour video in the background right now. Okay?
Short hair. Wait, this looks like my hair ish.
That does kind of look like your hair. Don't dox yourself.
No, but I cut my hair. It needs to be like this.
Still.
It's,
Still.
it needs to be like this, but I cut it.
I know. I'm pretty. I was like, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it, from the last time, it was that long.
This is
But knowing
crazy.
you,
This
how you like to keep it short.
this is so weird. Wait, oh my gosh, wait, this is how my hair looks like right now. in real life. Like this, like kind of like wolfy cut, layered, short. Oh my god! Wait! No way! Wait, this is weird. What? Alright. I don't have curly hair though. Oh. Did someone get this ghost straightener? Wait, this is cute.
I have so many intrusive thoughts, but again, I'm going to be safe for you and
I
your
found my
chat.
hair. Okay. This one. This one. There we go. This is the closest. Now I gotta be green.
Honestly, the hair design for the character is really good.
Yeah. The green is so ugly. The green is so ugly. It's just, why is it like different neons?
Can't
Like,
you?
different
There's no
green
customization,
neon.
huh? Right. Because I was like,
This
if
is
you can
the
make a custom,
darkest?
if you can make a custom color, you could do the darkest one, or you can make like your own green.
It's fine.
Hey, actually, honestly, right now that one looks like you're a little bit like your model. So
Alright. Highlights. Okay. Green. I have gray hair. Gray hair where? And let's just make it green. Wait, my eyebrows are different colors. How do I?
you should be able to adjust them later.
Facial
If
hair.
this one, if it's not adjusted with this hair color right now, you should be able to adjust it later when you're doing your eyebrows and stuff.
I see. I see. I see.
Why are you
Welcome in,
putting
Johan.
facial hair on
Welcome
yourself?
in, Johan. Welcome in. How are you today? Wait, I like this. Shinobi the Grinch. Oh my gosh. Spoilers, spotters, gates all over the What? No spoilers. I don't really understand what that means. Okay, no facial hair because I am a woman. Hair, eyes, makeup, hair. Thorns. Oh, thorns. Horns. I mean, horns. If it's W hashtag 21. Hex code 21. What are you saying, Johan? My horns. They're kind of like this ish. What? Wait, what? I could give myself a PP? You can't just
I
spoil
told
the
you
ending.
you
Oh
could
my
do many things in this game, Shen.
Holy Holy damn.
I was not lying.
Wait,
Chewing and I was
wait.
not lying when we said you could do many things.
So many options. Oh wait, these are. Oh my gosh. Little ram horns. Wait, I like these. I like these.
Oh look, that one looks like the one on your model.
Yeah. What color are my horns? They're gray.
Make them black.
Black.
I'm just kidding. Gray or white.
I go a little
Or, you know,
beige.
randomly green with your hair.
Ish.
See if it looks good.
That looks bad. Here, let's make it like. That looks good. Confirm. Tip color. Tip color. Guys, what tip color?
Pink.
Alright. Edit character. Edit character. Huh. I can't change my clothes? Or like, is it just that? Body type? Wait,
It's that
body
for
type?
now, don't worry.
Wait! Oh my gosh. Oh my god, that had to start over. Oh my goodness. I thought I had to start over. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Is that it? Proceed. Am I missing anything? People who plays people who play this? Am I missing
I
anything?
don't play it, but I've seen people play it. It should be okay. If you think you're good to go, you're good to go.
Alright.
Flesh
Proceed.
colored table a tail gives such weird vibes, yeah, agreed.
I can't change the tail? Can I change the tail?
I think it's just the same color as your skin.
Oh, okay. My character name is Shinobi the Goat.
Isn't that too long?
Is it? Should I just leave it as
Oh, actually, it
Shinobi?
actually allowed you to do it. No, keep it.
Keep it. Shinobi the Goat. I'm gonna keep it. All right. Wait,
And then
another
you can
one?
make- you can make you could go and make your webtoon characters now.
Oh my gosh. Can they be a guy? my,
Yeah,
my,
you can make Damien. You can make stupid Damien.
Wait, how do I make it a dude? Race? Body type? 2? Wait, 3? 4? Oof! Okay, let's go with 4.
Alright guys, you guys see that? She's into that.
Shh! Hush. Hush, hush.
Hey, you did it to yourself.
Hush. Why? Look, he's a Dorito man. You know? Triangle Dorito man, 6 foot tall. Alright!
Hey, apparently Olaf is 5'4", okay? That's not tall enough for you.
Okay. Okay, continuing. Ooh, should I make him? Wait, he can't be Dragonborn? Oh my god. He cannot be Dragonborn. Are you serious?
I believe each model kind of has their own, like, one you can pick, I think, or something like that.
Okay. A drill. Driven to the Underdark. Huh. You can make a race Dragonborn? But it won't let me. It's not here! Chewing? It's not here! Oh, depending on the class and backstory they have. Ah, okay. Okay.
Ah, okay, there you go.
Yeah, let's make him a draw. They kinda. Oh, now you're guardian? Oh. Damn. Damn. I would totally do it though. Okay, we're gonna go with draw. Alright, sub race. Raised by Loth Court in the city of Menzo Beranzan. These drow embody the virtues of their corrupt and merciless goddess. Oh, our followers with the bright red eyes and those on attack with. Okay, Soldering drow can be found in seeking allies from all over Faerun, aiming to settle their conflict with Loth and each other by mean. Oh, I like this one. Yeah, I like this one. Okay, general. Now we're gonna zoom in on the face. Okay. Okay, kinda old-ish. Delph. Okay. Okay. I missed when you started this game. It's okay, it's okay. You haven't missed anything. I'm just like, you know, creating my character, you know. But subrace and backstory, you did that on your character. Yeah, I did. I did entertainer and subrace. I forgot what I picked. I forgot, but yeah.
Remarkable.
Good luck.
Okay, I'm no longer on push to
Follow
talk.
your instincts. Don't be.
Remarkable. Truly.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Remarkable. Truly. Oh, mommy, shut up. Shut up, mommy.
How dare you? I'm being bullied, guys.
This is. I love men with scars. They have trauma.
Yeah, I know. She just likes men with physical scars. She doesn't like men with emotional scars.
I like emotional scars too.
Sure.
It's nice. I like this one. Skin tone. Skin tone. Should I make him blue? I mean, he looks kind of hot with like purple already. Let me just keep it purple. Purple. Yeah, let's just keep it purple. Maturity. Maturity? Oh, he gets old?
I guess you don't know what maturity means if you're asking if he gets old.
No, but like, I thought it was like... You know, I didn't think he was gonna age physically, okay? Alright. Sean on the first date? So what are you, emotional and physical? Yeah, I love that. I'll be like, I have one too. You want,
So what? Yeah, Shinobi's gonna be like, yeah. So like, what sort of physical or like emotional scars do you have? And dude's gonna be like, what?
Yeah, tell me your trauma, huh? Let's keep that 0 freckles.
Honestly, if I was a man, I would not trust sharing my trauma with you. Like, if I was on a date with you, if I was on a date with a girl and the girl's like, tell me your trauma, I would be like, no, because you're probably some freaking psychopath that's gonna use it against me and fucking manipulate me or some shit.
I won't tell nobody. I swear.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you won't like try to harass me with it or anything. Like,
This is nice. So tell me your darkest and deepest secret.
hey, can you whisper me and tell me yours? I'll tell you mine.
Hey, I wanna know too.
No, don't let Shen know.
neck tattoos.
Yeah, I feel like Shen would exploit their like trauma and everything to get whatever she wants.
Oh wait, this is nice. Guys, no, I'm like incredibly
Mummy.
afraid of
Mummy here.
centipedes. Yeah, Mummy's in VC right now. Mummy. yeah, it's Mummy. Maybe I like this one. Oh my god, so hard to choose. Oh my goodness. Kind of basic. Okay. Okay, I'll DM you. What? Hey, chewing. Me too.
And this is how you make a new friend.
Chewing. What about me? Come on. I thought we were friends.
You gotta leave the streamer out of it. Like.
Okay, I'm gonna keep this one. This one's kind of hot. Okay. Do I get to date him? Is there dating in this game? Huh. Let's make it. Ooh. Red? Red.
Yeah, she exploits me for content every day.
No, I don't. I don't. This is a free to join VC, alright? Anybody could join. Alright? Alright? Black.
That doesn't mean you don't exploit me.
Pink, purple. Purple? Purple?
Yeah, in a sense, there is like dating in this game.
There is dating. That's nice. So to be friend, you can get with other NPCs, but you have to choose very. Oh, I see. Ha 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 ha. I see. Piercing style. Oh, alright. Emo boy. Alright. Kinda cute. Alright. Ooh. Alright. Nice piercings. Alright. You know what? Let's give him no face. None. Alright.
No face.
No tattoos.
Also, what? No face.
Alright. Spoiler, kind of? Not really spoiler, it's more like... more like... I don't know how to explain it. I'm excited. Oh, alright. Dark moons. Wait, this is nice. Wait, I like
I
this one.
accidentally clicked out of your stream and now I have to wait again. Through the freaking ad.
It's okay, give me the money. I get like 7 cents. Ooh, skull earrings.
You hear that, Chewie? We gotta make her pay more taxes.
Wait, this one's nice. Okay, I'm gonna stick with this one. If you screw one dialogue in Act 1 or 2, it screws those.
Let me...
And if you don't get different, oh my god! Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Okay.
I know you have blocks. Okay, I have to follow you, and you have to follow me.
Eyes. Heterochromia.
Yeah, we have to follow each other so we could DM each other. I believe we both have block whispers off of each other.
Ooh, purple eyes. Black eyes. Gray eyes. Let's give him red eyes. That's kind of hot. Dark red. Hee 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 hee. Hee hee. So cute. Makeup. Oh my gosh. Wait, I love this one. Wait. Can we make it like green? Purple? Purple? Can we make it red? Can make it look like he's like crying. We love sad boys. Oh my gosh.
You don't love me.
Mommy. Mommy. Other than you.
I'm over here sad and hopeless romantic and she don't love me, guys. She's lying.
What do you want me to do? I can't do anything. It's okay. I love making guys cry. It's all good. Oh, this is nice. Okay. Lip tint. It's reddish color. Purple. Let's do this one. Nice. Hair. Hair. Ooh, hair. Ooh, the best part. Okay. Oh, man bun. Okay. Man. Oh, wait. I like this one. Okay, Hasune Miku. Okay. 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 Long hair.
Yeah, pretty much she also wants him to be a masochist too.
Guys, everything I say is a joke, alright? I don't really mean it. Okay? Okay, I don't really
She's
mean
lying.
it.
It is a red flag. Why do you think I'm not trying to get at her?
Oh, yuck, mommy. Yuck. Okay. Wait, this is cute. Kinda weird, but...
It's okay. Again, I have a crush out of state.
Yeah, mommy showed me.
Well, I didn't show her. I told her. I sent her like a picture of like our conversation. I was like, all right, you can go find her. You have her small little profile picture to find her.
So when you say I'm good at shooting games, you're lying? I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm being supportive.
Yeah, so it's still lying.
I'm being supportive, alright? Honestly, he kind of sucks. But he did good though. He's good. Aw. I'm so
See,
bad.
Again, this is why the other day when you were trying to buy her this game, you should just buy her even though she said no because she meant it. She meant yeah, like she wanted you to buy it. She just wanted to be stubborn and say no.
Ooh, look at this short hair. Well, I thought he was gonna be good. He had like 346 hours on Apex. Okay.
Doesn't mean anybody is good, okay? I'm over here with like over 300 hours on freaking League and I'm still not that good, okay?
Wait, I like the short hair. Wait, not this one. Where is it? This one. Oh my gosh. That's kinda hot. Wait,
Yo,
that's-
why do you like the typical Japanese, the 3D typical anime here?
It's hot. Wait, what's this?
It's not hot.
This is
That's the typical anime, like 3D anime here, like from Final Fantasy.
yeah, exactly, exactly. Oh my goodness. Wait, this one? Oh, kind of mid. Kind of mid. Kind of mid. Why is his hairline like that? What this one? Oh my god, I like this. I like the one I picked. This one. Alright. Playing hard to get. Obviously. That's how I play games.
She's a hopeless romantic who watches K-dramas and anime.
Okay. Okay. I don't think I'm a hopeless romantic though.
I know I am though.
Okay. Okay, look at this. Okay, Zoro. Alright. Yellow hair. Okay, Cloud. I see. Red hair. Red hair is kinda. Oh, you wanna play League with Mummy?
I had you on League.
League? Yuck! Who even plays that?
She made you download Dota 2. Oh my god.
I didn't suggest it, he did. Okay.
Yeah, you're over here wanting to play all these games that cost money, and we're over here playing games that don't
What?
cost
Dota
money.
2 is free! It's free!
I know, other than Dota 2.
I like story-rich games, you know? I still need to finish Dead Island. I'm like at the very end, but I just haven't finished it. I like this one. Okay. Dark hair, sharp features. Okay, natural blondes, grey. I'm just gonna keep it. Hair, body type. Okay. Is that it? Venture forth. Okay. He got man buns, guys. You see that curve? Oh my god. The curve. Sheesh. Oh my gosh. Sheesh. Alright. You like story rich? You should play Cyberpunk. I do!
Yeah, Cyberpunk is a good game.
I do want to, but I don't have mola.
Lies.
I'm broke. I'm a broke college student, you know? I have to
am
cook
broke.
meals for lunch. Can you believe that?
Hey, actually, cooking meals is actually way better than buying meals.
It is. It is. But it's so
You save
tiring.
way more money because it is tiring, but still, like you save way more money than you think you would.
Is the audio too loud? Tell me if the audio is too loud. 'Cause I don't want it to overpower. Wait, is this animation? Why does it look so real? No way. It's so good. Hold on, why is it so loud? Okay. Wait, what did I do? Did I just skip
Oh,
it?
like he said he's gonna send you Cyberpunk 2.
No. No. No.
Just
I think
no.
I think I just skipped it. I think I just skipped it. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine. Can I replay it? Can I replay it?
What are you doing that you skipped it?
My bad. I was trying to lower the value, so I clicked escape. No,
Oh my
hoping
God.
that the menu pops up. Okay, but my game freaking
You-
like it changed.
You do know that clicking escape on any cutscene a lot of times like to skip.
I did. I hit escape. That's what happened, and then it skipped.
Okay. Shubing's saying it may be in the.
Oh, okay. Back. Was it? Did I just click load game?
No. There should be. I think there should be a cinematic page or something.
Cinematic page. Oh my gosh, God gamer.
Always a god gamer.
Okay, okay. Help, please. Help, please. Or maybe in the main menu. Save this. Okay. Save. Save.
Sorry, we're gamers who don't know what main menu is.
Or go onto YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, at this point.
Oh no, what happened to my model? I froze. Alright. Press any key to continue. Okay. Rats. Okay. What is this? Autosave? Where's the autosave in? Is it the... Should we just look at it on YouTube? Back. Okay. Options. Do autosave? Okay. Load game. Autosave. Alright. Alright. We got this, guys. I did not just spend like an hour building my character. For this to happen, alright? Okay. Oh! Wait. Oh no, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Whoopsies.
Hello,
Wolf, welcome
Wolf.
in. Miss ya. How are you? Alright, let's just look at the freaking... Here, where is it? Look it up on YouTube. Alright. My beard, guys. My bad. Alright. Where's my... Oh. Okay, what did I search? Baldur's Gate? You're good?
Opening. Or, first scene.
First scene of Furge. I had 3 hours of sleep. Great, that's good. 3 hours is enough, right? Oh, right here. How long is it? 6 minutes? Hopefully you guys can see it. That's terrible. Get more. I sleep that much. 3 hours is enough. You know? Sometimes I stay up.
Enough.
Yeah. All you need is just caffeine.
No, you don't. Never take advice from Shen. I learned that.
Yeah. I sleep at like sometimes I sleep at like 2 a.m. or like 3 a.m. and then I wake up at like 6 a.m. because of school. That's a lot better, you know? Like before that, I used to just stay up all night, like to school. Because what's the point of me sleeping 3 hours when I could just stay up 3 hours? You know? It's really bad. Really, really bad. Oh my god. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you, thank you. Wait, we saw this, didn't we?
You know, I'm at least making sure ever since high school I'm getting 6 hours of sleep.
Wait, I saw this one already.
Really okay, then that's the wrong one.
Wait, but it's 6 minutes long. Oh no, wait. It's in the middle. Okay. We need a depressed version of Shen's model. I have it. Wolf. Like. And now I'm sad and I'm now crying. I'm sad and I'm crying. Is this what you want? Is this what you want?
Yes. That's
How
what we
dare
want.
you?
And then we're also gonna do this.
I'm so sad. That's not depressed.
I know, that's just sad.
So depressed. Alright, alright. You know, when I'm depressed, I'm happy, okay? Apparently that's what you wanted, guys.
I know.
Whoa!
Whatever you want is what you get too, you know?
Squid? Tentacles? Wink, wink. When I'm depressed, I'm sitting in my room and watch shit. Why do you watch me? Why? Is it because I make you happy, Wolf? That's
No,
gross.
it's because he gets to compare his life to me.
That's gross. I can't believe you say that. Because you laugh a lot and you're dumb. Makes me. Thank you. You're welcome? Question mark. Whoa, dragons. Ooh. Ooh. Mount, you made her die inside. Oh damn!
Oh, I gotta make sure Eldrin's not here to see that comment.
I hate dragons.
That's Monster Hunter, bro.
Ooh, red
You struggle
dragons.
so much in that game just to fucking.
I was playing Monster Hunter for 8 hours. 8 hours? In Monster Hunter?
Yeah, don't worry, it's like my 10 hours again, man.
Oh. Is it too
Just
loud?
trying to beat the game.
I played 6 hours of mining in RuneScape. Oh my gosh. You boomer. That's what my brother does too. But I think now he has like a bot to do it for him. Like AI bot or something. So he just leaves it on. Whoa! Animation go crazy. Holy damn. That's amazing. Okay, that was good.
Oh yeah, let me check my whispers. Did he whisper me yet? Oh, he did. Hello. Hello, chewing. Alright, you can tell me your deepest,
Okay.
darkest secret now.
Okay, what do I do now? Is this kind of like... Oh. Nursery?
This is the pool that thing came from. The parasite now writhing behind your eye.
Point and click. Okay. I know how to point and click, okay? Reach towards the pool. Investigate the pool. Okay.
You know, she said she know how to point and click.
Whoa,
but
okay.
Sometimes she misses heads in Valorant.
Oh
So
my
I
God.
don't know if she can actually point and click.
This is easy. This is easy. Okay.
Honestly, if you play StarCraft, it would be way easier.
Intelligence. Okay. 13. Success. Okay.
The casing is fragile. The slightest touch could cause it to crumble.
No, this reminds me of like, I don't think any of you guys know this game, but like the game Fate. Fate. It's like a really old game.
She's lying, guys. She's talking about the anime Fate Stay Night.
No. It used to be like popular like back then. Kind of similar.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Okay, where did I go? Here? What's this? Fire? Fire. Okay.
Not everyone made it out alive.
Oh, you're not. We can't save them.
Someone else got out.
Someone else got out. Okay.
Might still be stuck inside if we hadn't been attacked.
Okay. Do I just leave? I don't want to leave yet. Oh wait, what's this?
Better not be cursed.
Oh, just another pod. This? Restoration?
Odd. I feel.
Oh. Brine bulb. Okay.
Alright, we're gonna let you experience the suffering in Baldur's Gate now.
Okay. It's easy. Easy game. Oh fuck.
Alright, we're gonna have to figure out what to do, okay guys?
Okay.
No one say anything.
Just the middle mouse button. E. Oh! Okay. I was struggling why I couldn't turn the camera. Okay. What? Okay. We are trapped. Who is you? He has abs. Ooh la la. Oh. Brains.
You've come to save us from this place. From this place you'll free us.
The exposed brain quivers in expectation.
Please. Before they return. They return.
They return. Who am I talking to? A man or a brain? I think you're past the point of saving. Tell me what to do. You sound afraid. Why? What if it's the parasite?
You're just talking to something sussy.
Huh. You got a question first.
Enemy. So many enemies.
The enemies. Who am I talking to?
A newborn. Born new from this husk.
A newborn?
Realize you're talking to an intellect devourer, a minion of the mind flayers who abducted you.
Oh. Oh my god, should I kill it? Why am I laughing? That's not. I'm going to hell. God damn.
Yes, you are secretly evil. You know, you are a goat, you know, you are the sacrifices to hell.
This is so hard to choose. Destroy the brain. Or save them. We're gonna save them
Remove us from
because
this
I'm
body.
naive
From
and
this
dumb
case, free
and
us.
nice.
Please.
Okay. Break the skull. Inspect the exposed brain. Gently. Oh. Okay. Should I kill them? I low-key want to kill them.
Then do it.
But
Why do
that's
you need
not
validation from
morally
us to do it?
right. It's not morally right though.
It doesn't matter if it's morally right. You could do
Huh.
one thing and then do the other the next time.
Huh. Okay, I'm gonna investigate. Roll the dice. 15. Hey, yeah. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Okay, continue. Choose your own path where you we're watching what you would do.
Yeah, that's what literally what we're trying to say. We're gonna
Okay.
just watch what you do. We're gonna have you suffer your own consequences.
Okay, we're gonna. Okay, medicine. Okay, double dice. Okay. 2020? Is that good?
No, 2020 was a bad year.
It says critical success.
Yes,
That,
it is
that's good, right?
The higher you roll, the better your chances at a lot of things.
Okay.
The brain lifts from the skull, but you notice an opportunity. You could cripple the strange creature, making it more subservient should it prove a threat.
Oh my gosh, it keeps giving me the choice to kill them.
Because maybe you should kill them. I'm sorry, I'm helping your intrusive thoughts win, and I should just shut up.
Huh. Spare the creature. Okay, we're gonna spare the creature. Spare it. It's just a baby.
I'm just a baby.
Oh my gosh.
Free. Our freedom is ours, friend.
The creature pauses, listening.
Oh yeah, it's so
Something behind
cute.
your eye seizes in recognition.
We must go to the helm. At the helm, we are needed.
Oh, guys, it's confirmed Shen's into weird shit.
What's that
I
they
don't want
help?
to be her friend anymore.
As though carrying an unseen advisor.
Do you not hear it? You will not survive here.
Sorry, I'm trying really hard not to cough. My heart says otherwise.
To leave this realm.
Mommy, go rest. You don't have to be here.
Well, it doesn't matter if I rest or not. Like, honestly, like, me sleeping at this point doesn't do anything for it.
I'll go, but not with you. What should I call you?
We are us.
Is this a proposal? What? Huh. Attack the brain? I'm not abusive though. Okay.
Says the one who, like,
Shh,
verbally
shh, shh, shh,
abusing
shh.
me.
Alright. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright. I help you once,
Do
but that's all I
nothing
could
for
do.
me. Do everything for us.
Okay, blackmail? You're dead. Huh. Is this a blackmail? She's threatening me. Do nothing for me, do everything for us. It's so hard to choose.
Guys, confirmed. Don't ever let a girl choose where to go or like what to do. She'll never be able to choose.
I don't know. It's kind of evil. It's kind of evil.
If you want to be evil, you make her choose. Otherwise, if you want to go somewhere, you gotta choose.
It could kill me, you know? I don't want to die. But... But I'm a nice person. So... I'll go, but not with you. Eat the brain? If I kill it, what happens?
We can't
What
tell you that. You have to
happens?
suffer your own
What?
consequences.
Guys! guys, just tell me.
No, you have to suffer the consequences. You have to be accountable for the stuff that's happening.
Oh my gosh. Fine. All right, let's. I'll go, but not with
You
you.
are us, friend.
I'm not like you. No, you have to stay here. I'm not like you.
Ah,
Can I kick it? Oh damn. Already 10 minutes on the first kick.
She's already trying to be abusive, guys, on the first date.
Okay. No, you have to stay here.
we listen to our friend.
Our friend who saved us.
Okay. Okay. Loot? Wait, is there nothing to loot? Oh. What's this?
Curious.
Brain
But then I
Loki,
could be
creepy
creepy too,
acid.
you know?
Yeah. It's
I
nice.
could be
It's
creepy too.
it's just a baby. Okay? It's just a
Yeah,
baby.
It's just a baby.
Okay, brain jar, brain jar. Us.
Creature reaches into your mind, its thoughts rattling against yours. Something inside you squirms in recognition.
Friend.
We will go to the helm now.
Oh, did I have to do this all over again? Why was I forced onto this ship?
To know you.
To love you. To give you our gift.
Oh.
A gift.
A gift to make you as we are. Soon you will be so
Beautiful.
Oh.
powerful.
Oh. Okay. Can you tell me where we are?
In a realm where we have fled. We have fled to a realm
Called Avernus. First of the 9 hells.
9 Hills.
We are escaping.
escaping a great evil.
Okay, I'm leaving.
We are going to the helm. Going to the helm.
Your friend? You have a friend? Who's your friend? Okay, here. Is there nothing here? Bring joy? Can I attack it? Is there... Okay. Wait, what? What happened to me? Wait, I could break these? How do I... Is there an easier button to hit them? R? V?
Better be cautious.
E?
Alright, there's somebody in my DMs plotting against you as we speak. No,
Plotting
just kidding.
against me? For what? Why is Shen so short? Okay, Werewolf, why are you so tall? Huh? How's the weather up there, huh? I bet it's really nice, huh? And clean. Game over? Wait,
Lol,
Did
she
it-
died.
did I die?
She wasn't paying attention, guys.
Wait, how did I die? Was it the brains?
Well, you weren't paying attention.
Wait. Wait.
Go back to your bot and look.
Wait. What? What even happened? What even happened?
She looked away for 1 second, then she died.
Yeah, I
like-
was reading chat. What even happened? Oh my god, that they talk to the thing all over again? Fine.
Let's see.
I guess I will bring him or bring them with me this time. Go, 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 go. Okay. Did I go here? Okay. We are here. Okay, brain. Skip.
You've
can...
The exposed brain.
Please. Before they return. They return.
What if I just kill it? Huh, God has given me a second chance for violence. Can you believe that? This is a sign. This is a sign.
The enemy.
Huh.
So many enemies.
Huh.
Remove us from this body. From this case. Free us. Please.
No, we're not gonna kill it. I'm too nice. I'm too nice of a person. No killing. Inspect the brain. Okay. 8? Wait, that's so bad. Oh. This is fine.
Apart from
This
strange
is
context,
fine.
you notice nothing unusual about the brain.
Break the skull.
A newborn. Born
You
new
got a
from this
question,
house.
okay?
You
Question
realize
first.
You're talking to an intellect devourer, a minion of the mind flayers who abducted you.
Gently price. 14. Minus. Oh, okay. Okay. Continue. Clipped. Clipped. Clipped what? What? Clipped what?
The brain leaps from the
Me
skull,
dying?
but you
That's not
notice
the
an
first.
opportunity. You could cripple the strange creature, making it more subservient should it prove a threat.
Spare the creature. That's kind of evil, you know? To save the creature and then last minute just kill it. That's kind of messed up.
Who told you to spare it first? That's your mistake, see?
Freedom is ours, friend.
The
Friend.
creature pauses, listening.
Okay.
Something behind your eyes seizes in recognition.
Okay.
We must go to the helm. At the helm, we are needed.
The
What's
brain
at the helm?
Do you not hear it?
What should I call you?
We are us.
I helped you once.
Do
Okay.
nothing for me. You are us, friend.
I'm not like you. No, you have to stay here. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I get damage from breaking those. Oh fuck. Okay. 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 So what's the point of these? What's the point of these? If I could break it, then what do I get out of it? Do I get loot? What do I get? Us level 1. Should I bring it? The brain's the same size as the body. I guess you can say it's big brain. Big brain. Oh, what's this?
Doesn't do anything.
Oh. Okay. Oh, no, let's go back over here. Wait, what's this? Aquarium?
Mind flayer horticulture.
Loot? Okay.
1,000 years of humanoid history.
Thank you for the hydrate. I have a water bottle right here. Water so good. A chair. Okay, who designed a chair? Okay. Oh wait, what's this? A goblin?
Alright. Goblin these nuts. Hello, Eldrin.
Hello, Eldrin. Welcome in.
Images of goblins,
You
their
see what I'm
habits
playing?
and histories
How are your rolls? Well, they were pretty good before I died. They were pretty good before I died, so that's it.
And
Oh my gosh.
Ji-Wing has shared his secret with me.
What's the secret? Let me in too.
I can't tell you.
Why not? I thought we were friends, huh? Huh? Are we
But
not
it's
friends?
It's not my story to tell.
What? Where am I? Oh, I thought I was dying. Okay. Trying to attack me? Oh wait, that's the other girl.
This is your end.
Your head throbs and your
By the
skin
way, I didn't know you were going to play Baldur today.
flash past.
Yeah, I don't really tell people what I'm gonna do.
And a flash of your
But yeah, I just started. You're coming at a good time. This is a good time.
What is this? Skvar. You are no thrall.
Shen does an announcement, she does stuff. Yeah, I just do stuff whenever.
Why do you think? Why do you
Could
think
have contacted me to play together sometime.
Why do you think I straight up get into the chat and I say how dare you? Because she never lets me know anything.
I'm people shy, okay? I don't want to yell at people, be like, hey, I'm streaming, everyone, come in right now. I'm shy. That's so demanding.
You should have an automated message in your thing every time you go live, or in your Discord when you go live.
Together we might survive. Ha! Is she nice? She tried to kill me, didn't she? Should I trust her?
I don't know, but that sounds like that sounds like something I would do. Yes, Eldrin, I agree.
We carry mind flayer parasites. Unless we escape, unless we are cleansed, our bodies and minds will be tainted and twisted. Within days, we will be Geich. Mind flayers.
Okay, I yell at everyone, okay?
Oh,
Who
yeah.
are you?
Let me go find it.
Your only chance of survival.
Your only chance of survival. Ma'am, I could survive without you. I'm the main character. Alright? Main characters never die. Well, before I died the first time. But... Why, turning into mind flayers.
Oh, damn,
We
that
need
was
to
fast.
figure... Okay, let's...
First,
Chewie, that was fast.
then we find
Oh my
how we
gosh.
take control of the ship.
So
Yeah,
you are
maybe, like,
playing what
1
class?
second.
I am... What class am I, mommy? I forgot.
Oh my god. You are a ranger.
I'm a ranger. Yeah, a ranger. I'm a ranger.
Carry you out of iron. Honestly, I don't even really play rank that much.
Okay, how do I fight?
You'll learn how. You're going through the tutorial.
Get ready to fight. Come back. It happens in rounds, and each participant get a turn to act.
Actually,
Okay.
Am I even
The game
allowed to play
pauses
with you?
around you during combat, so you have
Or
time to
rank?
plan your action. Okay. How do I? Shinobi the goat. Okay. How do I fight? Is there a button? Do I have to click? Or did I just
Hold up.
I have
let
to
me-
manually do it?
Fall by my hand.
let me do this for you,
Wait,
brother.
I'm a ranger. Do I not have weapons?
Oh, you're bronze too. Okay.
Wait, I jumped? Not enough resources? V? No? X? No? How do I... Guys! I don't know what I'm doing! Enter? A ranger newsless? What do you mean newsless?
Just watching her
Enter!
struggle.
I am death.
I am death. Okay, we're gonna...
Because I play this a lot with my brothers and my cousins.
Oh, wait, she's so strong. Holy shit. Okay. Not enough movement. How do I?
When was my account made? Hold up. Kind of curious.
Not enough resources. Okay. Okay. How do I cancel? Oh, Z. Can I jump here?
Yeah, that was her idea for Ranger. She wanted to kite, but she probably can't kite.
Huh? I have absolutely no idea what to do.
She could struggle.
Okay.
She gotta learn. If I tell her, she's either gonna
What's
listen or
this?
she's not gonna listen.
Hide, throw, shove. V. Shove. Haha. Okay. Don't laugh at me.
Just for shoving.
Don't laugh at me. Alright, hamstring shot. 4 to 9 damage. 2 turns. Okay, roll. 6 to 17 damage. Okay. Single news.
Don't really like that I'm first pick, but
Let's do this one. Okay, I'm cracked. Okay. Not enough resources. Okay. Come in, Ranger. Items.
okay, Ezreal, that's fine.
Come in. See? I can't do any of these? What's the point of them being there? Inventory, equipment, end turn. Can't trips?
No, you're good with cheating.
End turn. Alright. Jump. Right here. Okay. Easy. Okay. Easy.
Okay, guys, she jumped. It was easy. I can't believe jumping was so easy.
At least you don't play a fighter. The only way you could be more basic as a fighter. Yeah, I thought fighter or like human was like too basic. Too basic.
You know, there's gonna be one day where you play Baldur's Gate and you're gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna be the most basic bitch ever. And see how fucking hard it is.
Hey, what's this? Restoration? Oh, health! Okay. Wait, did burst? Okay, looting? Okay, we're gonna steal his stuff. How cool. Okay, what's this?
It's called looting. They're dead. How are you stealing dead people's stuff?
It's called grave robbing. Oh, grave robbing. Okay, where did I go? Oh, loot. Take all. Okay. Take all. Okay. How about this one? Take all. Spike bulb. Okay. Take all. Okay.
What's hiding
Oh wait,
here?
there's so many bodies. Oh, I love looting. Crossbow. Okay. Okay.
She's
Gold.
excited about a crossbow, guys.
Crossbow. It's really cool. Don't you know? Super OP. Okay. What's this? Another dead person?
Take another dragon attack. We need to get out before it's too late.
Okay. How do I get out? Oh, over here.
I know she didn't equip it. But it's okay, because
Gold?
she still has to try to get out.
How cool a dead body. You still have to go. How do I do that? Items? Passive? Custom? Common? Bonus action? Ranger? Oh, right here. Inventory? Okay, now how do I do this? How do I equip? Okay, there. Okay, short sword. Oh my god,
Yeah,
it looks
click-
so
click your
kawaii,
face, I
doesn't it?
Click your face, I think.
No, I got it. I got it. I got it, mummy. I got it. Watch. Oh wait. 49, 26. Why is it so? Oh, never mind. Okay. 49, 4011, 4011. What's this? No item found. Is this my underwear? Oh my god! I have panties.
Yes.
Jeez. Okay. Oh, it's good. Okay. Shinobi the goat is goading right now. Chasm. Okay.
Here goes nothing.
Alright, let's go. Poggers. Okay. Push.
Machinery.
Wait. Battling? My turn. Common. Okay. Me, Shinobi the goat, will do a... What is this? Piercing strike? Offhand attack? Range attack? Flourish? Piercing shot? 4011? Shinobi the goat, I will be doing a piercing shot at this dude. Can I?
Oh my god. She's playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Alright. For my next turn, I will do another what is this? Offhand attack? Another shot! Oh, not enough resources? Ugh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Go back. Dip. Dip a weapon into the surface to alter the surface to enhance the weapon. If you are dual wielding, you dip both weapons. Shove. Okay. Jump. Not enough movement. Not enough movement. Huh. Dual wielding. Okay. Do I just end? Okay, I'm just gonna end my turn. Okay. Victory awaits. Okay. We are gonna... Astral knowledge. Oh. Second wind. Okay. 4 to 13. 4 to 13. Okay, 2 turns. Okay, we're gonna do this one. Attack him! Not enough movement! Oh my gosh. You have ghost to be kidding me. Alright, smack. This one. Easy! Easy! Oh my god! Easy! Not enough movement. Alright. End the turn. Okay. Now end my turn! I have been saved! By acid spell. Oh, wait, my turn again? Okay. I will. It's a range attack from this distance because I am scared. Okay. We go closer. Is it? I don't know why I went closer. I kind of regretted that. I will. Oh, not enough action. Really? Not enough resources. Really? Okay. Remember to free Shadowheart from her pod. Shadowheart is best waifu. Of course, of course. What is this? The blue. Like, is it like how much turns I have, or like how much? What is it, guys? Somebody please explain. End turn. Okay. Hamstring. Rush attack. Main hand attack. Main hand attack. Okay. Oh. Shen, you get one action in your turn. Ah. Okay. Okay. Whoa! Get me out. Oh look, he has a candle. He carries a candle. Are you serious? Okay. Quill. Okay. Who is you?
On everything.
You! Get me out of this damn thing! We have no time for stragglers.
Look for a latch.
Construction is too alien. Nothing.
Is your
moves
movement?
from
Is how much you can walk around during your turn. Ah, okay. Okay, I get it now. I get it. Big brain. Okay, I get it. Okay, the pod is stuck fast. I can't free you. I'll go look around. There must be a way to get this thing open. Yes.
Contraption next to the pod. They did something to it when they sealed me in.
God, it's kind of cute. What is this? Am I gonna die? Oh, okay.
Have to keep going.
What is this? Touch?
The console appears.
Not sure how that hit me. What? Who are you talking? What are you talking about, chewing?
He's talking to me.
Oh.
It's all good though.
Okay, look for a switch or release. Hit it.
The mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at first. But then you spy an empty socket.
An empty socket. Bruh, all of these little thingy right here, they look so phallic. Like you know what I mean? Hit it.
Nothing. The console remains
Oh,
dormant.
okay. Explore bit. Okay. Exploring.
Whatever fits in that socket must power this thing.
This.
Brain in a jar.
Locked.
Faint images appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki warrior, and centuries of darkness.
Wait, this is where I came from, right? What's this? Do I have to press this again? Push. Push. Wait! Did I... Oh no, never mind. That's the healing thing. Ma'am, stop yelling at me! You're putting me in so much pressure right now. This? This? Stop yelling at me! I can't do this when you yell at me. Okay. Wait, I didn't go here, right? What's this? Aquarium?
Lots of things. Wonder what plane they're from.
Fire?
We are nearing the helm. Once inside, do as I say.
No! Wait! Wait. We gotta save them! Alright, you will find a tablet for this thing. If you go to the side room, after you put a tablet in this thing, they will be able to release... Side room? What's the side room? Is it... Wait, I'm so confused. This room? Wait, I'm so confused on which room I came from. I came here, right? Dunk. Get me out. Huh. Don't go further? Okay.
No.
Wait, I came
Rip.
there. This is where I came from.
Oh, you should just back.
Oh my god, Senso, welcome in! Welcome in! I am playing Baldur's Gate and I'm so confused. Can I just break it? Oh wait, backpack?
It's all good. I'm still ahead. I don't really mind.
Come on! Get me after this thing! Okay, stay calm. Keep looking. Wait. This one, right? I didn't go here, right?
Like a good moment to talk.
Oh, first. Oh, wait, that's so nice. Wait, is it gonna help me? What is it doing? Eating? Can I talk to it? Can I talk to it? Wait, stop running! God damn it. No? Okay. Yes, and so how is your day?
What's in here?
Oh, a key! Okay. My flare pod? Alright. I'm kinda scared. I'm kinda scared. Okay, let's open this.
Something good here, I hope.
You just woke up? How was your dream? That's it? That's all I got? Manuscript?
Faint images appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki warrior.
Hello, Eldrin.
And centuries
Hello, I
of
just have to
dark
be here,
Okay.
probably.
In this room?
So now you are in this side room, in this small room, right?
Yeah, the room where I picked up the key?
Infected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You search around for in corpses and chests if you are there.
This might unlock those
Okay.
controls next to the pod.
Oh my god, Eldrin.
And
Backseating me.
Oh, I can stop if you want me to.
Wait, do I
No, no,
put
no,
my
no,
hand? Do I put my hand in the thingy?
Wait, I don't see the stream because the internet is so bad out here. Where are you? Where are you right now? You are in the blue room or where?
Yeah, the blue room.
Yeah, alright.
Oh my god, I can hear
So-
myself, Eldrin.
What?
I said
Yeah,
I
yeah.
could hear myself.
Yeah, just look around. You need to find a tablet of some kind.
Okay.
Yeah, we're over here
Tablet.
letting her struggle.
Oh,
Eldrin's coming in, helping you.
Place your hand in it. Yes,
I hear nothing of the sort.
on the
Okay.
console.
Okay. My flare.
dazed woman is trapped inside the pod.
Wait, there's another
She doesn't
girl.
notice you.
Oh yeah, you can just ignore the other one.
And Senso.
I could
Yeah,
just
I felt
ignore
that.
the other one.
I felt that, Senso.
Yeah, the only one you are meant to have eyes on is Shadowheart.
Okay. What's this?
Oh, sorry, my bad. I should let you get the canyon.
Okay, I'm gonna push the thingy.
As you place your hand on the pod, you hear something. A presence connected to the pod. Commanding
I
the
wish
person
my stream
inside.
wasn't so, backwards.
It's okay. It's okay. Wait, is she gonna die?
Oh yeah, she's going to be changed into a mind flayer. Why the hell didn't you? Why the hell did you take so long to look for the
Change.
chest? Alright.
Changed at the pull of a lever. How? If we are not purified, this may be our fate.
Okay, I need you to
Nautilus is top.
like,
Watch for ult.
Okay. Wait, I can't find anything else in this room though, Eldrin.
wait a minute, there should be something out there.
Chair, dead body. Yeah, there's nothing else I could click.
Okay, look into your inventory.
My inventory.
Yes.
Inventory. A rune? That? The
wait,
Eldritch rune? A strange energy
yeah,
buzzes through.
Eldritch rune. sounds about right.
Okay.
So go back to that console you previously hit near the Shadow Hearts pod.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. I got it, I got it.
The console appears dormant.
Insert the reel into the socket. Okay.
Yes.
The console hums to life. But what is its purpose? Will it free the captive or transform her like that other unfortunate?
You really want as much companions as you can get.
Okay. Place your hand on the console. Take a closer look at the power console. Wait, will I kill her? Place my
No,
hand?
you won't.
Okay.
Place your hand.
Suddenly, you feel a
Wow,
hideous
Eldrin, you're being so helpful compared to the other people.
Again, we're gonna let you suffer.
Another sensation washes over you. Connection. Authority.
Huh.
No, Senso is complaining that he has to listen to you. But
Good
Senso,
for
You can
him. Good.
also, you can also listen to me.
With a pod. Okay. Oh, rolling. Okay. Good rolls. 17. Easy. Easy. Okay.
You feel the biomechanical
Did you have
brain
any
of the
natural
console
20?
process your command.
Yeah, I did.
And
I did. I
yet,
got a 20/20 before.
a shiver
Double
runs
double
across your
rolls.
mind. You feel sated.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. She's hot. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Shadowheart.
I thought that damn thing was going to be my coffin. Thank you.
Your mind lurches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is mixed with wariness, because you have a gift with you.
In the game of League while you're suffering shit.
Dangerous.
Yeah, I could tell. Okay.
Yeah, we're both over here in the game of League.
I could tell.
That's why I said you should have contacted me to play together, right? Because if you
Yeah,
did,
but I didn't want to
I would
like.
just, I would just like lead you by the hand to El.
It's okay. It's okay. I could do this by myself. I'm a strong, independent woman. Dangerous.
You couldn't save a damsel in distress by yourself.
It's okay. It's okay. Uh.
I did. It must be because of those parasites they put in us. They'll have to wait. I need to get off this ship alive.
How many
first.
people can you play in
Come with me.
multiplayer, Eldrin?
We can get off this ship and
I
watch each
think
other's
4.
backs along the way.
Yeah.
4.
It's a party. It says party squad of 4.
Oh. Alright then, let's get going. I'm Shinobi the goat. Shinobi the goat.
One moment.
Oh, who wants to play with me? Does Veneer has a... Does he play? Eldrin.
What?
Veneer? My new friend? The voice actor friend? Does he
What's
play?
about-
Does
What
he
about
play?
her? No, I don't think he plays Baldur Gates.
Ah,
He
damn.
doesn't.
Damn.
Oh, so you don't want to play with me. You want to play with me. Alright, that's what it is.
Shadowheart, one moment. What's that?
It's nothing. Trust me.
Enough of this chatter. We need to get to the helm. Now.
And I thought we were
She's
friends, right? Wow.
Lead on.
I want to play with you, Eldrin. Of course.
No, you didn't.
Of course. Okay, let's go. My harem. All right. Oh, wrong one. This side. Okay, let's
I'm
go.
going to drown my sadness in a cup of coffee. fucking.
This is gonna be a rough game.
Yeah, it's going to be rough.
Open? Open sesame!
Oh, by the way, you could play normally, like hardcore, without quick saving, but you can quick save in every conversation. So you can choose the best decision or roll dice as many times as you want.
Oh, okay.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape.
To have the best outcome.
Do it. We will deal with the Geich after we escape.
Okay. Wait, do I have to fight him?
We need to get out of here now.
We need to get out of here now.
No, you don't need to. You can just run to the
Okay.
helm and
Uh-huh.
click on the thingy there. So you can ignore all enemies if you want.
But if I kill them, do I
just-
gain like XP or like skill or anything?
Yeah, you get the XP, you will get his sword, but you have limited time.
Oh, I have limited time?
Yeah.
Okay.
There is only a small number of turns you can do.
Okay.
Because this is crashing.
All right.
Wszystko?
I will ascend.
Daj mi jeszcze moment.
Okay, main hand attack.
I will not know failure.
Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting you need to get stacked too.
Słuchaj e-maile z załącznikami,
Ready.
Alright.
których
Attack,
nie potrzebuję.
concussive. Okay, 2 to 7. Firebolt. Wait, she's a magic girl.
To jest
Assistance,
23 sierpnia.
sky cell, guidance, reflective wounds. Uh. Not enough movement. Okay,
Wiesz co to jest?
it's just
A to jest 23
run,
sierpnia.
just run, ma'am.
Nie wiem, czy tego
run.
potrzebujesz.
Okay. Oh my gosh, she missed. End turn. Mind blast.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm okay. My turn. Range attack, main hand attack, offhand attack, flourish, piercing shot, piercing shot. Okay, easy. Okay. Easy. Okay. We're gonna.
Should get started.
Opportunity attack. Leave it enemy melee around to attack the duration. Okay, finish. Flourish attack. Okay, easy. Oh, save failed. Wait, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, well, easy. Okay. Okay, go here.
Tak, możesz
End turn.
Fury. I
po
am
prostu usuwaj maile z załącznikami, których nie potrzebujesz.
Loot?
Stare faktury, których
Okay,
nie wiem,
what
masz.
kind of loot has nothing? I don't get it.
Potrzebujesz ich innej.
Main hand attack 13, 14, 4 damage, 4, 7.
Oh, sorry, I was talking.
It's okay. It's okay. Wait, is
I
the
forgot.
is
forgot
the guy a good guy or do I have to fight him?
Which one? There are no
The-
good guys in here.
The octopus looking dude.
No, he literally like kidnapped you, but he thinks you are on his side.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh, okay.
The octopus people just like, you know, kidnapped you all and tried to change you into them.
Oh. Okay. I get it. Okay.
Can't afford to let up.
Do you really?
Kind of. Okay. Wait, where do I go? Do I just go straight?
Just go straight ahead. There will
Okay.
be like a tentacle thingy.
Uh-huh.
You have to use it.
Okay.
No time like the present.
Okay. Leaving him to you.
We must take the transponder.
Transponder.
that's
Okay.
Good idea, I think.
what do you want to do?
Hurry before they strike.
Hurry before they strike. Okay. Intern.
To strike.
Okay.
In my best interest.
What's this? Throw, melee, dash. Intern.
Stay focused.
Why are you freaking jumping?
I don't know.
You know you can you know you can just dash, right?
I could. Okay. How
There
far
is an
though?
icon. There is an icon with the shoe
Oh!
with wings,
I got it! Wait, I got it. Okay.
and it makes you like, go twice as far as you can.
Okay. Why nobody told me that? I've been jumping like this entire time. Okay. Okay, dash.
Because you don't read what your skills do.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
just click wherever with the dash thing, and just
Uh-huh.
run.
Okay.
Just run. And yeah.
Okay. Okay, I got this. Okay.
Got to keep fighting.
Oh. Okay.
With
Time to meet your maker.
Time to meet your maker. Okay. Go here? No?
if you can, just go straight to that tentacle thingy and interact with it.
Okay. Tentacle thingy. Oh no! Wait! Am I gonna die?
Yes, just in front of you.
Oh my god! Am I gonna die? Oh.
Yes, you are going to freaking die in the beginning of the game.
Wait, can I not heal myself? Or can I just go? Okay, if I go right now, I'm not gonna die, right?
Oh, by the
Just-
way, enemies get opportunity attacked. What attack when you
Okay.
you know run from them?
Well,
So you need to disengage before you just
Disengage?
before you run from them.
How do I do
Yeah,
that?
there should be an option in your skill bar.
Skill bar. Where is skill bar?
Well, all these freaking rectangles, like
Oh, here?
Yeah,
Jump,
then she'll
dip,
get disengaged.
dip.
No,
I don't think I
just
have it.
interact with this thing in front of you. This blue thing.
Okay.
Just click on the blue stuff.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
You made it in time.
Whoa.
I don't see you doing it.
I did it. I did it.
You are doing pretty fucking horrible.
Thank you, Eldrin. Thank you. Thank you. Ouch.
I think I would have to like
Sorry, I'm
lead
frustrated.
you by hand doing the entire game.
I got this, Eldrin. I got this.
Just grabbing your hand and just let's go here. Now go here. Here is this.
He's gonna play the game for me.
Yeah.
Ooh. Looks cool. Well, how was your day, Eldrin? How was it?
It just began
Oh.
and it is awful.
Did you have breakfast yet?
Yeah, I already did.
That's good. That's good.
Guess what I had for breakfast today?
Toast?
No,
Um,
I haven't had toast in a long time.
bread?
No, well, close enough, but no.
Pasta?
No.
What did you have?
Garlic baguette.
Oh, baguette.
Yeah,
Yummy.
with like garlic flavored one.
Oh,
Like there's like garlic stuff inside, and it was good.
sounds good.
So now you know that I'm not a vampire because I eat garlic.
Oh my god, my panties! Don't look at them.
What the hell are you doing?
As you wake, the tadpole squirms. in
I'm
your
still
skull.
looking at the cutscene, so I don't know what you're doing. Oh, and I forgot to take my meds. Terrific.
Does tadpole squirm in your skull? Check yourself for
Other than the
injuries.
infection, you're more or less intact. A miracle, given everything you've been through. But it'll all
Ah.
be for nothing if you don't find help soon. The
Okay.
tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking.
You need
You
a cure.
cure.
Cure. Okay, find a cure. Press J to view. Unique item. Journal tutorial. Go to your personal chest in camp during a long rest to find some of your unique DLC items. DLC? Okay. Escape the naughty lord. What's this? I can loot
Do you
this?
have a DLC?
A heal scroll?
Time
Okay,
to
what's
press
this?
ahead.
I can? No?
What's inside?
Wait, dead body. Gold? Okay.
I wanna have
Shadow Heart?
No. Final advice from me before before I will need to get back to my work. So, explore a lot, loot everything you can.
I know that, yeah.
Alive. How is this possible?
If you have checks like ability checks, when you can quick save during the dialogue.
I remember.
Right.
Then nothing.
And yeah, look for all
Okay.
all companions.
Okay.
Look for all companions. One of them is a wizard named Gale, and he is inside a stone.
Okay.
You will have to pull him out of there, so you will need strength to do that.
Okay.
Anything's an improvement on where we just came from.
I got it.
First things first. We need supplies, shelter, and most of all a healer.
And that would be all from me today. So
Okay.
I'm going
Thank
to
you,
leave the
Eldrin.
voice chat.
Okay. Thank you,
Good luck.
Eldrin. Thank you, Eldrin. I will ask you for help.
Just DM me when you need my help with something.
Okay. Okay. Me?
Alright.
You want to stay
See ya.
together?
We need each other, and we both know what's at stake.
Wait, she's
Can't think of better
proposing.
company.
Alright, let's get moving. Damn, mommy. That was loud.
Sorry.
I wanted to thank you.
I tried so hard not to cough. I'm so sorry.
It's been all too easy for you to run right past my
Welcome
This
back,
game is stressing
Senso.
me out, okay?
Welcome back,
It's stressing me out
Senso.
way more than it should.
Lead the way.
Lead the way. Lead the way. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Eldrin just left. Oh, lead the way. Looty loot. I got some apples. Okay. Oh, wooden barrel. Okay, there's nothing in there. Thank you, Senso. Ooh, dead body. Okay. Dead fisher. Okay. There's nothing there. What's this? Bucket of fish. Backpack. If I wasn't at work, I would be there babysitting cake. It's okay. Oh wait, there's a book.
Something the matter?
What's the story with that all little artifact you have?
There's no story. None that you're entitled to hear.
Shen, why do you have a tail?
Just forget you ever saw
I don't know. It was there and I didn't know how to take it or like customize it. Yeah. where am I? A trifling? Yeah. I think that's what it's called. I don't know. Then I want to play Bogus Day. You should, Senso. You should.
Oh my god.
We should get to know each other a little more. Oh, wait. Wait. We should get to know each other a little more.
What? What?
Must we?
I'm sorry, I'm not watching anymore because my phone's about to die. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
Why don't you want to talk about yourself? I trust Mummy, he can carry, unlike Shen. What do you mean? Chewing? Okay, what do you mean? You have like 346 hours on Apex and I had to carry. It was my 20 hours. Maybe I'd like to get to know you better. You're deflecting. Are you hiding something from me?
Sweet of you. But don't worry. I'm sure you'll get to know me just fine by traveling together. No need for interrogations just yet.
Ooh, she's playing hard to get. Makes me want her even more. If that's what you prefer, I can respect that. Yes.
Ew.
I'm sure
You.
we'll get along perfectly
Just
well.
you.
We meet you. Hmm.
We haven't gone all that far yet. What are you referring to exactly?
Oh my god.
What would you do
Okay,
if you actually managed to
Chewie, that's
meet
enough for me
Apples?
for the night. That's
I suppose we'd go our
got my heart
separate
rate
ways.
so far up. It's not helping
Not
me
a
with my
slap on
heart.
your
I'm so
conscience.
sorry, my man. How
No
much
reason
LP
for
we
us to
get
stay
though?
together. Where would you go? You want to stick together?
Home. Baldur's Gate. There's someone waiting for me there. Someone I have to reach. As soon as possible.
Family? A friend? A lover?
Let's just say it's a very
So apparently,
personal,
me opening
very
up your stream, I
private
opened it up at
acquaintance.
160p.
Okay. 160p? Why so low?
Yeah, it's very low.
I must admit, you've been a surprise. And not an unpleasant
Some
one.
rando is more famous
These
than
experiences few
Eldrin?
and far between.
Wait, what are you guys doing?
Besides,
I
you
didn't.
saved my
I
life
know she
for
didn't ask the
nothing.
famous Eldrin instead. As for
I'd do
some rando.
anything but sing
Hey,
your
hey,
praises.
if you heard him, you know, he's very, 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 very nice. Eldrin, what's Endrin? Eldrin. Eldrin. You must have thoughts about our little stowaway.
Must I? Thinking
Must
about it will
I?
help. We know what to do, so let's do it. Find a way to rid ourselves of these things. We've no solid leads right now, though. We'd best get hunting.
Endrin.
If you discover anything that might help us, I'm all ears.
I'm all ears. Turn to other matters. Okay.
Fine. What's on your mind?
I know, she didn't even read it.
Read what? What?
Emotional damage.
What? Wait, what did you write, Eldrin? I'm looking back on chat. Yes, I have Baldur's Gate 3 and I feel her and insulted that Shende asked me to play with her and instead asked if Fenrir had Baldur's Gate 3 so she would rather play with It was just a joke, Eldrin. It was just a joke. It was just a joke. Why can't you be my wingman? Is that okay? Hey, it's okay. It's okay. I want to play with you, Eldrin. I don't mind. I love to play with you. I would love to play with you.
They ask you how you are, you
Yeah.
say that you're fine. You're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they never understand.
But guys, look at this book. Look at this book I found. And we all roll with the spray upon our necks. And we all roll
Rap
with
it.
the spray
Come on, you can
upon
rap
our
it.
backs. And we all roll with the sea beneath our feet. And the bitch queen stays the storm.
Sense.
What the heck, says so? Boner? I hardly even know her. Endrin is Eldrin, okay? Eldrin. If you cry, she'll like you more, so it must come with emotional physical. Hey, it's a joke. I was joking. Okay? Damn, they use the B word a lot. Holy damn. Without the bitch queen's will. We'll wait gladly years and days till the bitch queen brings the waves. Oh my goodness. What is this? What the heck? What the heck are you rating, Sissa? What the heck are you rating?
So should I ban this mod or should I not ban this mod?
My boss wanted. What the heck? Sissa, did you take your meds?
Oh my god.
Oh, a letter. Perfumed letter. Can I read it? Books.
Fenrir's VA. Like
Ah.
my dog Fenrir or like some other Fenrir?
No, it's some. He's a friend of Eldrin.
Okay, I
Yeah.
want to make sure because
He sounds very
my dog's name
very.
is Fenrir.
He sounds very very hot.
Oh, is that what Senso's listening to?
Yeah. Sigh.
Oh my god.
I love you. There, I said it. And if you meet me tomorrow, I'll say it again and again, and keep on saying it till we're old and gray. So let's do it. Let's go to Baldur's Gate. I know it's
I'm
risky,
Curious.
but so
now.
staying here. Oh, just go to Senso's Discord. Are you in it?
His Discord? I don't
Yeah,
think I know
yeah.
his Discord.
Yeah, go to
I'm not in his Discord.
Go. Tell him to
I'm
invite
not
you in it. Tell him to invite you in it. It's under the memes. Love, Anna. Ooh. Okay.
No, it's dependent on whether he wants to invite me to it or not.
No, it's public. It's public. Just you could. Anybody could be in there. Oh, dead body.
Hey, not Sense. Hey, Eldrin. Go ahead and stream and let me cry with you. You know, I'll just come and cry with you on your stream for like 30 minutes and then we'll get off.
Alright. Yeah, take a pill. Okay. Oh, commoner. Okay. Stealing his sword.
So, oh my god.
Oh,
give me a
barrel. Is there anything? Tongs. Okay. What am I gonna do with tongs? Wait, it's smoking here. Oh. Okay. Where do I go? Oh wait, there's another dead body here. Okay.
Is there any videos? There's no videos. No clips, no videos. Rip.
Can't get in there? Where do I go now?
Okay, give me.
Where do
Give me
I
a
go
moment.
now? Barrel? That barrel? Okay. What is this? Water? Okay.
Here we go.
Oh wait, I barely even saw this. It's sigil. Map. This is the map of your surrounding. You can view quest location and place custom markers. You can also teleport to waypoint you have discovered by selecting them. Oh, okay. Okay. Quest. Find a cure. Holy shit, chat is going so fast. What are you guys talking about? Let me in too. I wanna know the conversation. Huh? This is my stream? Find a way to remove the mind flayer parasite. Okay. Oh, thank you. How do I... what do I do? What do I do? Okay, I can't go there. Chasm. Boats. Oh, wait, I can open it now?
We get that open easily. Maybe there's another entrance.
Right mouse click, open contacts. You can use the D's tool to pick a lock. Oh! Okay, how do I pick lock? What's over here? Wait, this is where I came from, right? No? No, I don't think so. Go over here! If you keep redeeming hydrate, we shouldn't drown. No, I'm just gonna chug a whole water bottle.
I don't know, Jimmy. Let's test that out. Let's test that out.
Stay back. One strike could be lethal.
One strike could be lethal. Okay. I'm looking. Wait. Okay. Okay, hydrate. Okay, hydrate. Alright, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Thank you. It's just gonna drink your whole seat. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Alright, guys, that's enough. No, never mind.
We gotta make sure she drinks the whole earth.
Lose all of
drink all the water
your
on the
points, guys. Lose all of your points. Go on, keep it going. Yeah, keep it going. So proud of you. Alright, this water bottle is like, I drank it like 1/4. Alright. See, still pretty full, okay? Pretty full, okay? Okay, I am gonna chug it. Alright? Alright, you guys done now? Ready? Ready? Hopefully you guys could hear it.
Alright, guys. Put your predicts in. That is what we wanted.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That was too much.
I really want to just start whispering into the mic when cheating, but
I hope she chokes on it. I was gonna, so I was like, I had to like take a breather in between. You guys heard it, right?
yes.
Oh my god. Wait, I gotta burp. Give me a second. Okay, I'm done. I'm good
Okay,
now.
guys, she burped.
I'm good now.
That's something women don't do.
Yes. Burp from water, yes! Alright.
Alright, hurry up and roll.
Okay, what do I do? Oh, I can't go? Okay. Dash? Oh my god, they all come here. Shadow Heart. Firebolt. Damage. Dashed? Oh, it's not dead yet? Okay. Can I jump? How do I... How do I cancel moves? How do I cancel a move? I'm gonna brush my teeth. It's 12 p.m.
Hey, I've never played this game before, so...
Oh wait.
You're on your own.
Wait, I accidentally jumped. Wait, I'm on fire. Holy fuck. Oops. Okay.
I'm not sure,
bad.
Eldrin, are you still here, brother?
Okay. Enter. Is Eldrin Eldrin? Eldrin? Are you guys just purposely writing his name wrong?
They're
Come
purposely
on.
writing it that way. I'm still saying Eldrin.
Alright. Flourish 141619.
Hey, you know Eldrin?
419.
This is the fall of Rome. Okay, it's completely fine. A new civilization would be built.
Oh,
No, just kidding.
okay, easy. Brain. Okay. Oh, Furge. Okay. Intern. Okay. Shadow Heart. I'm dead. Oh, am I gonna die? Dash.
Got to move.
Yes, Eldrin. But also, life's unfair. You know, I'm gonna say the thing that
Okay.
Candace Owen said. Life's not fair, get a helmet.
Intern.
You fight well.
Yeah, we all should play Among Us together, guys.
Oh wait, wait! Am I gonna die? Holy fuck.
We all should just, for like, one moment, just play Among Us together. I'm gonna be that dude that just trolls
Goose
you
Goose
guys.
Duck! You guys wanna play Goose Goose Duck? Among Us is, you gotta, it costs money now.
But also, well, too bad. It's your fault for not downloading it when it was free.
Well, you know, I didn't have a PC back then.
You still could have downloaded it. As soon as you got your PC, you could have downloaded it.
Okay, well, tell that to past Shinobi, okay? What is this?
No, I'm
Throw
telling that
poison?
to present Shinobi because it's also present Shinobi's fault for making that decision in the past.
Well, present Shinobi thought it was future Shinobi's problem. Okay?
Well, it is your problem now, so.
Shen, do me a favor. A favor? I don't want to.
Click your face open.
Click my face.
Yeah, to open your inventory.
No time to rest.
How dare you?
This? I want to check something. Check what? Level up? Hold on.
Don't tell her that.
What? Gain a passive fighting style. Oh. Add class. Add class?
In Senso, I know how to use a rifle and a gun. Just kidding. That sounded
Stop.
so bad.
Spells. Okay, healing.
Good, she better be level 1 with the whole campaign. I wanted her to struggle.
Stop it. Okay. Let's do heals. Ranged. Okay. Wall cloud. Good berry. Wait, this is only 110 healing? But this is 114? 416?
Aldrin,
No.
where's the giant snake?
Wait, can I remove this one? Here. This one is dead.
Aldrin,
Hunter's
where's the
mark.
giant snake?
Damn it, Aldrin, you're gonna be famous. I am a giant dragon, and Fenrir is a giant wolf. And sorry to say that he is a... Okay, what the heck is going on, guys? Also send a few stuff about my
They're
voice acting to Fenrir and
fighting
he
over
praising for one
Fenrir.
another. Oh my god! Before you choose Shen, also no, you can choose a second class if you want. Ah, okay. Second class.
Yes, Aldrin, agreed. She should just be level 1 for the whole game.
Multi-classing. Okay. Multi-classing. She is a rookie. Wait, I want to do multi-classing.
This is for
Okay.
multi-classing.
Thanks. Thanks. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm a ranger. Warlock sounds cool though. To trader loyalty for supernatural abilities and unique magic. Sorcerer? I hardly even know her. Unnatural spellcaster joining and magic from gift or bloodline. Okay. If you multi-class, by the way, you can max level. Ah, okay. I'm fine with that. I'm fine. Alright. Dead by Daylight collab is Eldritch Killer. Yeah, Shen, if you multi-class, you cannot do max level in either class. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, rogue. Should I? I'm kind of sneaky. I want to be a assassin. Monk. Wizard. Rogue. I'm choosing this one. Okay. Accept. Shin. Okay. Oh, what? Level 2. Okay. Shadow Hearts. Wait, she could be another class too? Now that you understand how the fighting works. Actually, I didn't really understand, but... yeah? Okay. I don't really want to assist
shouldn't
anymore.
do multiple classes. You doing 2 classes is already pretty good, but there's kind of no reason for you to try to do more.
Oh, okay. She's a good cleric. But up to you. Okay. Okay. Spells. Let's just keep it as if. As is. Okay. Can I look at my...
Eldrin, honestly, I don't want to exist anymore too. But, you know, I'm still here. Why? Because I have a crush.
Hey guys, I saw a picture of her. Mummy is willing to drive 14 hours just to see her. Can you guys believe that?
Hey, love has no bounds.
What the heck?
There are people
crazy.
Going overseas.
Oh my goodness.
Going overseas. Okay, there are people going overseas to
Above
find
your
the
shirt,
love of their
you see
life.
small icon? Small icon? Small icon? Small icon? Where? Above my shirt? Oh, this? Wait. Above my shirt?
I'm so sorry, guys.
Mommy, you could go rest. You don't have to be here. This? What? You just had it? I just had it? Wait, how do I just had it. I don't know why I clicked earlier. Take this shirt. I'll take off the shirt now. Take off the shirt.
I honestly sense so at this point.
Ooh,
I believe it is.
Shadow Heart is close. You had it right? Oh, okay. Take off the shirt? How do I take off the shirt? Am I gonna be naked? Do I have to... Am I gonna be naked?
Yes, you're
Guys.
gonna be naked.
Am I really?
I mean, you could do it and find out.
Click, hold, and drag the shirt. Click, hold, and
You
drag
can,
the
you
shirt.
can.
I'm scared. Wait, I turned off nudity though. Wait up. In case.
She's so scared.
Oh my god, I have a bra. Never mind. Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
you also have underwear, just so you know.
Okay,
that you
I
can try
got it.
off.
I got it. I got it. I got it. I checked. Okay, I turned off like nudity and like zoom. Oh, wait, I could zoom in.
Yeah, Senso, stop perving on Shen.
Wow.
Stop perving on Shen. That's her.
Now do it on Shadowheart.
He realized, wait, don't.
What's next, I wonder?
Do it on Shadowheart. You want me to make her naked? Wait, no, wait. How do I do that?
Avert your eyes.
Wait! She has such. Oh my god!
Also, we can't see the game. Avert your eyes.
It's
then.
good. It's good that you guys are not. You guys don't deserve this. Jesus. wait, her. Why is her undergarment so much better? What? Why is this so much better than mine? I hate it. Oh, I could trade? Should I? Wait, that's so mean. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hold on. Oh my god, I'm naked. I can take the underwear off. Oh my goodness.
You actually took the underwear off?
I did.
Oh my god.
I'm naked. Holy damn.
She got curious, guys. She got
No
very
wonder.
curious.
No wonder.
About... Apparently, she didn't know how her body looks
Damn.
like, guys.
Wait, when did I get to see my guardian guy? The guy that I made. I want to take his clothes off.
You gotta play him. That's your custom character. You gotta play him. Hello, Elton.
Oh my gosh. Eldrin, welcome in. Eldrin.
What the hell is even happening on
She
this
winks, she
stream?
does. Because she's vanilla. She's vanilla and very say-so. Even though she claims she's not.
Yeah, I'm very say so.
Okay. Anyways,
Alright.
I'm
I
gonna
think
go.
this is good. Okay.
I'm gonna go now because my brother needs me to take him somewhere tomorrow.
Alright,
And I'm gonna go
mummy.
eat and then go sleep. So,
Bye.
Have a good one. Take care of yourself.
hold on, let me finish
Thank
the
you.
description.
Get some rest.
Yep. See you tomorrow, mummy. Who says naked? I do. Okay? I do.
Hold up, where is? There it
Okay.
is. Choose.
Yeah, no wonder this is a guy's game.
Yeah, we get to see our ex or current girlfriend or current wife naked in game, of course. Who would?
Okay.
Let's have a look.
Dead mind flayer.
But yeah, good night, you guys.
Good night,
a good
mommy. Good night. Get well.
At the ready.
Okay. They do. Oh yeah, I'm unsay so. I've seen a lot. Sure, Senso, sure. Sure, good for you. Wait, did I just go back? This is where I came from, like over here, and then I came here. She just talked about making a guy naked. I mean, yeah, if the guy's hot, he is hot. Because she can in real life. I could. I have seen.
Of course you could.
I seen
Mhm.
it. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. What about you,
Of
Aldrin?
course.
Huh?
No, I got no game because I'm hideous and nobody loves me.
Oh, how sad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotta find 4 left, I think. Okay.
I'm
4.
always, you know, the second. Never the first, always the second.
It's okay. It's okay. Everybody loves, you know, the second lead.
You will replace me too, as your friend.
Something's on my
Sen-
mind.
Senso already replaced me, you know.
Senso replaced you? With who?
He doesn't need he doesn't
With
need me
Fenrir?
anymore.
Fenrir.
Yeah, with Fenrir. He doesn't need me anymore.
See? Kill it yourself. You look capable enough. Easily.
Oh, Astarion. Astarion is fan favorite. Like people really like Astarion.
Yeah. Isn't he the one who who fucked the bear? Or
No. The player can fuck the bear.
oh.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Thank you, mommy. Thank you.
Not if you want to keep that darling neck of yours.
But yeah, Astarion is fan favorite. People really love him because of his personality. I kind of
need her alive. Stow that blade, or I'll show you
It's not
just
like
how
I like him a lot.
merciful
Oh, and he just has...
Promises.
Oh, and he is one of the companions, right? So, just, you know,
Now,
get him
I saw you on the ship.
to join you.
Didn't I? Not?
I love how
Also-
Shadowheart is just standing there.
So demanding. Goodbye, mommy. This is the third time I'm saying it. Goodbye. Headbutt the elf.
No, don't, just try to convince him.
Nod. This is am I a top or bottom question? Or
Well, I was just trying, you know, to convince him.
see. No, I saw you on the ship, didn't I? Nod.
You know, Ken, I'm going to tell you that
And now you're going to tell
Hitek would
exactly
also
what you
replace
and
me.
those tentacle freaks.
Really? Why? Was Fenrir?
Yeah, but Fenrir is someone else's butler, so he can't be butler
Ah.
for Hitek.
It's okay, Elgin. I'll accept you.
No, you don't.
No, don't be sad, Eldrin. It's okay, you were here first. See? Tell me exactly what
I
those
was here first, but
tentacle
I'm
freak did to me.
replaceable.
You have it backwards. They took me prisoner just like you.
Yeah, just convince him.
Your mind twists. You're looking out of unfamiliar eyes, prowling dark, busy streets.
Same as Rope
Trying to
Bunny.
hold the memory.
Rope Bunny
Fades
archery.
to burn. The light, the fear.
Says so.
What was that?
Don't say anything to Senso. He needs to figure it out on his own. What was that? What was going on? Ooh.
I'm never going to teach him anything anymore.
Slip free while he's distracted. Oh my god, roll. Okay. 10, 10, 10. Big number.
You might need him.
Ooh. Ouch.
I think you might need him to, you know, trust you, so he can join you.
Ah, okay.
I was walking this land while your ancestors were learning to crawl. Now tell me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have mind flayer worms in our head. They connected us. Okay.
Yes, that has to be it.
Senso. Like you tied up a bunny with a rope and like practice shooting arrows at him. I saw it.
You're not one of them.
Kind of similar, but replaced them with humans.
Same as the two.
Senso.
I'm half tempted to spill your guts all over the dirt anyway, but for now, apologies.
Alright. I'm half tempted to spill your guts all over the dirt anyways. Oh. My guts? Oh. But for now, apologies. Apology accepted. Am I glad to see we're all caught up now?
A kindred spirit.
Oh, I said I should have.
My name's
It good?
Astarion.
Genitalias. Senso. Genitalias. Why is this so hard to explain to you, Senso?
I'm writing with Fenrir right now.
Okay. What are you saying? My name Astarion. Astarion? Astarion? Astarion.
It's just Astarion.
Okay, I was in Baldur's Gate when those bees snatched me. Huh. Introduce yourself.
Is that so?
What did you say? I don't understand. Yeah. It's good that you don't know, Senso. It's good that you don't know. You poor little vanilla bean.
It's not that surprising that Senso doesn't understand this.
Yeah.
Turn us into...
Can I sleep with him?
It'll turn me into a monster.
Guys? Just tell me, yes or no?
It hasn't happened yet.
Can I sleep with him? Like...
You can sleep with any companion.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Alright, there might still be time. Control it? We need to get rid of it. You should travel with me. Our odds are better together.
You know, I was ready to go this alone. But maybe sticking with the herd
Oh my gosh.
isn't such a bad idea.
Gosh. Oh my
And
gosh.
You seem like a useful person to know. All right.
A person who enjoys being tied up with rope. Yeah. Senso. Yes. 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 Exactly. Yes. Yes. Now I have 2 Shadowheart and Astarion. Oh, he's a rogue? Ah. I see.
Astarion is a rogue.
Okay, what do I do now? Do I just keep going? What's this over here? A mind flayer?
You approach the dying monster. This is the thing that abducted you.
Wait, is it like a pain thing? Cause my leg hurts. When I tied it up, it's a club.
Compassion.
What?
He said so on me. I don't know. I mean, it depends on the person.
I mean, it's pretty difficult to get rejected in this game.
This isn't right, the boy. Give in to the emotion.
Poor creature is on the brink of death, but there's still time. You'd give your life to save it, to nurse it back to health. But then the feeling.
You can just kill this fucker.
No, I don't want to kill them.
Elsewhere.
Do it. He kidnapped you.
It's okay. I'm fine with that.
God damn it, Shen. It's not the place to be a club, to be a bottom, to be submissive like that.
But then the feelings of the creature's mind seem to be focused on. Oh. Concentrate on his thoughts. Take advantage. Concentrate. Alright. Roll! 11! Whoa! 10! Okay, I was barely there. Okay.
Your minds fuse, lusting Then its grip claws back with a vengeance. A vice locking your mind into obedience.
Lama, we are fighting. We are fighting. She
Needs
likes
sustenance to
tentacle
survive,
people.
And with your very body, you can provide.
I mean, the more the merrier, right? Squidward. I mean, Dilf. Submit to the feeling. Lean in. Lean in for the kiss. What? Okay. Wait. I could kiss him? Excuse me? This is moving a little bit too fast. Wisdom. Okay. 4. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. MILF? No, with a D. Dilf. Do you know what? So you better tell me. You better know what that means. It's like another term for like mommy and daddy. Yeah. Mother and father. The monster lies exhausted, defeated. Its eyes wet orange pearl radiate malice. Close those eyes forever. Damn. God damn. Dilf? Damn. I love fauna. Fauna, okay. For men, it's a D, okay? For women, you say it with an M. Like MILF. Yeah. Oh man, I love fauna. Wait, are you trying to make it an acronym? Oh my gosh. I'm watching cutscenes I've never seen. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Is he a loot? What is this? Okay, I'm gonna take it. Where do I go now? Out here? Is there anything else here? No? Nothing up here? No? Okay, Holo Promise. Yeah, I know. Wait! You bought merch? Ooh, dirt? What is this?
We should check it out.
It's a shovel right there. Dig!
My god, Fenrir wants to bonk me for my low self-esteem.
Yeah! He should!
Why?
You know, you think of yourself too low.
No, I don't. I think of myself as people think of me.
Thank you
Since
for the
already
bonk.
presented how he thinks of me.
No! Senso! Okay, blame it on Senso. Tell him he's a terrible person. Say it.
You need to find a wall with some kind of runes on it. It should be nearby.
A what?
It
A
should
broom?
be, wall with some kind of violet, purple circle on it.
Purple circle. Okay.
Yeah, it should be near the crash site.
Okay. The crash site.
Well, too bad, Senso, because Fenrir prefers me.
As he should! As he should. Ancient sigil. Circle.
Approach the sigil on the stone. Magic glitters.
Eldrin is famous. Eldrin the famous.
As if Malf
I'm not famous.
Eldrin, the
It looks
famous.
slightly dangerous.
More famous than Fenrir.
Oh, yeah. Can you? Yeah, this one. This circle. This circle.
Do I touch it? Okay.
Yeah, you touch it. You touch it. And quick save here, because I don't know if you will be able to pull out
A hand? Anyone?
Gale from out there, but you need to quick save hit here.
Quick save? How do I quick save? Game menu. Game menu. Game menu. Save game. Save game. Okay. Oh my god, it's been 3 hours already. Wait, holy shit. Who are you? Slap the hand. Grab the hand and pull. Grab the hand and pull. Okay. Okay.
Did you save?
Yeah, I did.
Nice.
Wait! Wait, I failed! Wait.
Now you need to load the save.
Load the save. Wait, I want to see what happens.
Come on, put your back into it.
But you lost him.
If I pull again, what's gonna happen? Do I have to roll again?
Oh, you will have to roll again.
Wait, I got 14. 15? Okay. Give him a low 5. I'm not talking to someone, occasion. You're not talking to someone? I just heard the VA on Hush, mommy! Hush.
He probably doesn't. He probably doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
Why not?
I'm Gale of Waterdeep.
I don't know. I just think that.
Don't think that. Don't think that. Oh, Gale. Oof. Hello, I'm Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies. I'm usually better than this. Oh, better at this. No need to apologize. Are you alright?
A bit
Yeah, but Gale is hot.
friend. It's a relief and a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Yeah, mommy, don't dox
I
me.
know you,
Mommy.
Don't I? You were on Lord Lloyd as well.
I was, yes. Never mind. I was, yes.
I only assume you two were on the receiving end of a rather.
Ooh, I like that
unwelcome
tattoo he has right there.
insertion in the region.
It's kind of hot. Hey, and you know my secret? What? Guys! Guys. I want to know what's going on. The house of... Oh, shh. I was showing friends. Then I can only assume you two were receiving end of the rather unwelcome insertion of the Auckland region. Could I have phrased it more repellently myself?
No use sugarcoating it, is there?
Oh, I love the
Insertee you
accent.
speak of, this parasite. Are you aware that after a period of excruciating gestation, it will turn us into mind flayers? It's a process known as ceramorphosis, and let me assure you,
Bye, mommy.
it is to be avoided.
Good night, mommy.
You don't
For the
happen to be
4th
a cleric by
time.
any chance, do you? A doctor? Surgeon? Uncannily adroit with a knitting needle?
Knitting needle.
You seem to know enough about our condition to realize it's beyond most clerics' skills.
And
Most,
when are you
no doubt.
going to sleep,
I find
Shen?
myself hoping to
I
be
don't
in the presence
know.
of the few.
I think I might end up playing this for like 8 hours.
Yeah.
Most, no doubt, but I find myself hoping that to be in the presence of a few. You don't happen to be one of them. I was going to ask you the same question.
And it looks like we're both
Have a
starved for
good
answers.
sleep,
We're most
mommy.
certainly going to need a healer.
Let's have a good
soon,
rest,
too.
mommy. Get
How
well.
about we lend each other a helping hand once more and look for a healer together?
A healer? Healer? I hardly even know her. Sounds like a plan. You're welcome to join me.
A parasite shared is a parasite halved. Or something to that effect. Oh, but before you think you're about to embark on a journey with most ill-mannered a man, thank you for pulling me out of that stone. It's an act of foresighted kindness, I assure you. I have the feeling ample opportunities will present themselves for me to return the favor.
Okay. Alrighty. Level up. Level up. Level up. How do I go to his?
Let me work my magic.
Level up. Ha ha ha. Wizard level 2. Okay. Good. Okay. Spells. Okay. What is this? Tasha's hideous laughter. Enchantment spell. Leave a creature prone with laughter without the ability to get up. Oh, okay. Find familiar. Wait, I want this. False life. Okay. Gain 7 temporary hit points. Okay. Ray of sickness. Okay. Color spray? Charm person. Okay, he's quite the charmer, isn't he? Can I join a class? Sure, since so you could join. You know, what does the cost say, huh? Free to join. It's okay, it's up to you guys. Why are you asking me? It literally says free to join. I think that's good. Okay. I need to hear you two in the same call. You two? Like Eldrin and Senso? Oh, wait, he has so much health. Holy shit. Why is his pants like that? I literally thought that whole area was open. God damn. Like that's a great way to use the bathroom. Level up, rogue. That's it? I can't add anything to him? Okay. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Alright, where do I go now?
Immediately.
Immediately.
In for a surprise.
Dead goblins over there. Worth checking for
Okay,
supplies, maybe.
take all. What's this? Supply pack, bone, goblin bow. Okay. Bone? Boner? I hardly even know her. Oh jeez. Somebody please help me. Shen lies? I'm not lying. Who said I was lying? Okay. I do not know where to go. Okay. Oh, is this the wrong way? Over here. Over here? Did I go over here? Fire?
Over here, I hardly even know her.
Hello, Senso! How are you?
Hello. I'm good.
Are you okay?
Why would I not be okay?
I don't know. I don't know. How's your... Did you brush your teeth?
I
You didn't do it?
No, I had like the brush in my hand,
Uh-huh.
and then we just like started talking in Discord, and then I thought like, I mean, I've only slept for 2 hours. Yeah, you don't brush your teeth after you sleep for. So I just got
You
myself some
have
tea.
to.
But
You have to.
no, I'm kidding. I brushed my teeth. I brushed my teeth.
Okay.
See, when I get into like the worst things, you guys just can't handle me.
Okay. Okay. It's not a say so. It's childish.
Well, I mean, last stream I tried to be unsafe, and you guys were really stop and everything.
It was very childish.
How is that childish?
I don't know. Guys, he literally had like
Oi.
a
Don't do that.
censored and a hand, like a literally like how to like on
Don't
stream.
explain it.
Literally on stream. Literally on stream. A hand. Okay, like the freaking like the head patting thingy on a blurred stick. Okay, guys, you get the image. Hey, Shinobi the goat. Come here, Shinobi the goat. Can I not jump?
Let's move.
Can't you remove your tail?
On my way.
I don't think so. It's part of me. Alright. Where to go? Over here? I didn't go over here yet.
I need a better description. No. No, you don't need anything. I'm only gonna say they said that I am very innocent and say so.
Just
And then I
just
showed
go
them
look at
how
his stream.
and then
It's at the end.
I showed them just how unsafe so I can be, and they were like yelling, "No, Senso, stop!"
You missing 2 more companions? Where? Where though?
I hope you die in game.
Open the gates!
Open the gates. Wait, can I not go back?
Damnable roach!
Oh.
Provoke the blade and suffer its sting.
That was kind of hot. Commence battle. Commence battle. I draw my arrow. What's this? Da-da-da.
Drawing arrow. That's like rope bunny.
Not enough movement. Okay. I end my turn.
What?
Next.
I have nothing to explain. I told them multiple times that I was unsafe, so. And they wouldn't listen, so I just showed them.
Why I see? Because he loves himself. No, the right
Man, I love
hand.
Senso.
The right hand wasn't enough.
Man, I love Senso. It is MILS. MILS.
I missed. You have got to be kidding me.
Mister. Vertically.
Another step forward.
Let's talk about Baldur's Gate 3, yeah? Let's not talk about.
Sure. Vertically
Sorry.
bad. Why is it black? It's black because it's supposed to be like a tail, right? A cat's tail. Like, what is happening? Am I dying? Okay. Okay. Oh no. Okay.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Eldrin. Welcome back. Missed! Wait, why do I keep missing?
Kill issue.
Oh my goodness.
I can't.
Yeah. They always miss.
Got to press on.
Tale for the ages.
Not enough movement. Topple. Witch bolt. Thunder wave. Sleep. Grease. Cover the ground in grease, slowing creatures within the possibly making them fall to prone. Firebolt. Mage hand. Create spectral hand that manipulate and interact with object. Okay, Ray of Frost. Reduces the target's movement speed by 3. Okay.
Can you hear this, Chen?
Hear what?
You can't hear the rapper, no?
No.
Okay.
Cause you're level 1 in both classes? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I will end them my turn. Oh wait, I could. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Shared initiative. Party members next to each other and again, you can switch between them freely or take the action in no order. Okay. Okay. Should I tell someone that I choose to be lonely? No, he's maidenless. 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 He did not choose it.
Huh.
Firebolt. What's this? Sneak attack? Ranged?
Yeah, use snake attack. Oh, she missed.
She missed. Damaged. Ranged. Melee. Damn. Range attack?
Yes.
Missed. Okay.
Miss
Can't
Floor.
believe- Huh. Huh. I guess I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Okay, end turn. Okay, I is dead. I is dead.
You know, in yesterday's stream, I got a message from Twitch itself. It
Really?
says multiple instances of copyrighted audio were identified in your recent VODs.
Oh, your audio got muted?
Yeah, some part of it.
Yeah, that always happens. It's fine.
Oh.
Not enough movement.
Oh, so now you refuse to even talk to me, huh? That's how it is.
Wait, me? Or Senso?
No. So. That's how it is. Alright, that.
Wait, what happened? Are you guys fighting? A lover's quarrel?
He's fighting me. Because I didn't choose this conflict. He did.
Wait, what happened, guys? No fighting.
I don't know. I don't know what went wrong.
Main hand attack, firebolt. Wait, it's jokingly, right? Joking fighting? Joking fighting? Are you guys really,
Well,
like...
you know, I really thought so, right?
Uh-huh.
But I don't know anymore. Like, I think Senso got too much into it.
Ah, okay. Guys, not on my stream though, okay? Chill.
Yeah, I really was joking, right? But
Uh-huh.
I don't know if Senso is joking or if he's not, or if he's going to ban me next.
Uh-huh.
What fools these mortals be.
Now I'm mad, girl.
Chewing, don't be mad.
Topple. Mage hand. Ray of Frost. Mage of Armor. Thunder Wave.
It's not worth being mad over, you know.
Situational actions. You have unlocked an action as the result of another ability, feature, or condition. It will remain at the side of your hotbar until those conditions expire. Okay.
Oh, I meant from Discord.
Should I tell someone that I won't ban them because I appreciate the view?
Ben, don't bother. Don't bother playing as a male owl. You are not owl, you are goat.
I'm so confused.
To be honest, I'm confused as well.
Wait up. Guys, hold it until I'm finished with stream. Alright, now we are just gonna play games, okay? Play games, haha. Funny jokes, ha. You gotta draw yourself as an owl now. Whew. You guys wanna know something funny? So like whenever I'm like walking past my brother, right? And then I kind of like shove him. I'm like, move. My brother is always like, okay, Cal. You get it? Because the cow says, move. It's funny. People laugh. It's a funny joke. Damn, you just shove your brother? So rude. You don't fight your brothers? Are you a single child, Chewing? Are you a single child? Is that why you act the way you do? Can you tell someone yes? Yes. Sí. How do you say yes in Spanish? Sí.
Yeah, why?
Okay, guys. See these nuts. Okay.
I genuinely don't know why.
Sneak attack. Okay. Can I sneak attack him? No? Yeah,
Like,
no?
I was just messing around, you know, joking. Tell me why. What triggered that? We
Jump.
can talk it out together.
Guys, private DMs. private DMs.
I tried.
It'll be a hate crime if I find my younger brothers. One's autistic and the other one is AD. Oh. That's fine.
I have ADHD as well.
That's fine. That's totally fine. You guys know whenever I play games with my brother, especially like Mario Party or like Mario Kart, he gets so mad and like after the match after the match he'll try to like choke me and like beat me up. And like guys, that literally happened like a year ago.
Yeah.
I used to give my sister a broken controller so that I would always win.
Oh my gosh, that's so mean.
That's deserving, that's not mean.
Damn. You know, my brother will always make me play with him because he always wins. 10 damage. 10 damage. Bugbear. Next time. Don't do it. I was just kidding, Chewing. I was just kidding. Alright? It was a joke. It was a joke. Let's see. Who should I give this to? Here, enter.
Meet sorcery.
Meet sorcery. Thunderwave. Witchbolt. Firebolt.
Sorcerer. I
I hardly even know her.
I can do that every single time.
Walk here. Can I go closer? Okay. Is it okay if I stay in a car and do my work? Yeah, sure, Senso.
The stream is so blurry.
Put
I
the
can't
rest.
even see who is who anymore. Damn. Why did I have to go to work today?
I don't know. Do you always
If I
work
want-
on Thursdays, Aldrin?
Well, it's Friday for me.
Oh, on Fridays?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, like, when do you not work? I feel like you work every single day.
Tuesdays, Thursdays, and weekends.
Tuesdays, Thursdays, and weekends. Alright. Courtesy Shen, don't punch them. Don't punch them. Maybe like when they're walking in the hallway, like trip them a little, but don't punch them, alright? You guys know my brother used to like literally try to kill me.
Yeah. I've not known you for long, but I can see why he wants to do that. I can honestly see why he wants to.
No, I don't know why. I don't know why.
If your brother ever needs help with something, just ask him to DM me, okay?
I didn't know. Okay, like when we were younger, he would be like, you want to try something? And then he would like put a towel on my head. He was like, it's fun, and pour water on me. And I would literally drown and get water poured in.
Shit. You know that can
terrible.
actually kill you, yeah?
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it. It's so freaking like, it's weird.
Wait, is he younger than you?
No, he's older than me. We're like 9 years apart.
Oh,
Yeah.
I never
Whoa.
tried to do that to my sister.
That's an Asian household if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Eldrin, you're a nice sibling, a very nice brother. So wholesome.
I tried to wake up my sister with water, but my mom stopped me.
Oh, what a nice mother. My mom watched and laughed. Alright, what's this? Resistance? Guidance. Alright. Just we punch 10. Who's the bad guy? This dude? Yeah, he waterboarded me. This is okay, that's like one of the least one, okay? Like we used to live on like a second floor and he would like dingle me down the rails.
What?
Yeah. Crazy.
Say that again, say that again, say that again. What did you do?
Like we used to live on like a second floor and he would like dingle me down the rails. Like how like when we were playing Left 4 Dead 2, like that.
Uh-huh. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. Yeah, Chiming, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. It's so weird. Very weird.
What
Yeah,
the
now that
hell?
now that I'm thinking about it, like I think my brother might be a psychopath.
Might be.
Yeah, I think he might be.
It's funny though. Stop laughing.
I mean, to
It's
be
not
honest,
funny.
I would have done the same thing, so yeah, it is funny.
It's not funny.
Hey, trauma builds, you know, character,
Trauma.
right?
This is trauma bonding. There is no family love. This is just trauma bonding.
Trauma builds character, alright? It's fun!
And I'm genuinely like worried for you.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm a little crazy in the head, but like, I'm good.
A little?
Whoa! Okay. Need to get Shen help. I think trauma build PTSD.
Were tenacious. I wonder what they wanted other than bloodshed.
Mama, what? Say so.
Yeah.
Wait, that's worse. That's so bad. That's crazy. What? Wait, what do I do now? Do I go here? Wait. Wait, you said I'm missing two other people? Where do I find them? Chimi, you gotta help me. You gotta help me here. Elgin, help. Where are they? Where thou are you? Catch up with the game. Open your map. How do I do that? Map? Explore the black areas you haven't discovered. Ah, okay.
Wait, Shen.
Yes?
Can you?
Can I what? Can I what?
Read the chat.
Draw a P on the map? Draw a P. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
Wait, it's good content.
I'm not gonna do that. I am not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
That's the first thing I'm gonna do when I get Baldur's Gate.
Alright, we're gonna go over here. Oh wait, there's a thingy here. Also, keep saving after a big fight like that. Okay, how do I save?
Control S.
That is not the easiest of questions for me to
Let's
ask.
do double saves. Oh, you can do double save? Oh, wait. Save? New save?
Double save. Yeah. I had to play 45 minutes
Two.
of game again.
Okay. What's this? Stone door? Underground passage? Yeah, guys. You guys don't know the struggle of being the youngest in a big family.
You're not the youngest. You're the youngest?
Yeah, I'm the youngest. Wait, are they dead? Ah! Wait!
Oh, she's dead.
Ah!
Oh, this is so fun.
Wait!
She's dead.
Come here. What? Thank God I saved. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Thank God I saved the game. Ha ha ha.
Oh, Shin, can you ask? Can you answer the question which I asked on Discord?
Answer the question on Discord. Answer the
DM.
question. From you?
Answer. Yeah.
Oh. I have 5 siblings.
Wow. She wasn't a sibling, guys. She was an experiment. She was just a last ditch effort.
No, I
So
was
just a last-
planned. I was planned. Alright? I was planned. I'm scared to go back in there. Can I heal?
The-
Wits and blades always.
Well, how do you know, Shen? How do you know that you were?
Because they told me. They told me. Alright?
Alright.
Okay, they told me, okay?
Oh, they must be rich as fuck.
No, we are not rich.
Yeah, I can tell why. I can tell why.
Oh wait, who's this? Edwin?
Wait, so if you're the youngest,
True soul. You can't.
nothing.
Please.
Oh,
Stay with
sad.
us.
Am I the youngest what?
He's conscious.
No.
Can you hear us, Ed?
You, not a
Yeah, it's real ending when your parents tell you you weren't planned.
Did you feel nothing in response?
Chewie,
Your illicit
were you
power
planned?
is beyond reach until you rest.
Spoiler alert, she wasn't. I was. I swear to God, I was, okay? You know, they wanted another girl, and they got me. I was
They had
not.
good gacha luck. They had good gacha luck.
Okay. I was left to choose. I was not left at the doorstep, okay? Okay. What happened to your friend?
An oil bear. Please, do you have any?
Shut up, Andric. Do you serve the Absolute?
Wait. Oh my god, she kind of looked like
The injured man locks eyes with you.
Oh my god, One Piece. What's her name?
That's Nami. That's Nami. That's Nami. That's Nami.
Yeah, Nami. Yeah.
That's Nami.
Your minds intertwine. You see his siblings, Andric and Brenna, new recruits. Yours to shepherd.
Protect them. She is a true soul.
See, my mom dressed me up as a girl.
What? She will. She.
I mean, that's not too bad. I used to dress up as a dude. Because...
You still dress up as a dude.
Yeah, my brother used to dress me up in their, like, clothes. And then I look like a thug.
Edwin, our brother.
Yeah, my sister does that.
Like
She just uses
Do you
the
have orders
shirts
for us? We were
and jeans
reporting to
which are like too small for me.
Mm-hmm.
I just give them to her.
Explain this absolute to me. Why are you out there? The wilderness is dangerous. true soul?
What? Are you testing us?
A true soul, like you, has been chosen by the Absolute. You speak with her voice. Your words are her command. She grants you the power to enforce her will. And when the time comes, the true souls, you, will rule.
Oh, I like these two. All zeal and no brains.
All zeal and no brains. A crude summary. You have more to learn of a freed novice. Forget the owlbear. You're still alive, so go.
And
Okay.
just leave Ed.
Cross-dressing.
I suppose.
I
suppose
mean,
you'd want us to
you
go
know,
Find
in
a way
this
to honor
generation, anything is fine. So
In this economy.
yeah. Look at how he looks. How the dead body looks.
Strange power resonates within the corpse. It calls to you. Your limbs move of their own accord. There's something of value here, something your mind craves. Why let its host's memories go to waste? The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its
Wait, is this bad?
experience could nourish you.
I'm feeding the tadpole. Oh my gosh.
Holy fuck. Oh, she looks hot.
Oh my gosh. Force your mind shut. 2020, 2020, 2020. 3?
No use.
Okay.
Compulsion takes over. Your actions are no longer your.
Wait, this is bad, right? This is bad.
I don't know. Ask someone or chewing.
Wait. Oh, this is good.
Necromancers are hot.
I guess. I guess.
Why do you have the glowing eyes now?
Oh, why not? Open coffin? Is there anything in there? A wooden spoon. A mug. Okay, I'm gonna take that.
A mug.
Murgrass. What is murgrass? Recipe unlocked. Suspension of murgrass. Press H to view. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Thank you. Howdy! Howdy, mate. How are you? How are you?
No, you gotta say might, not mate.
Howdy, mate.
Yes.
I am mate. How are ya? Welcome in.
What's cracking, brother? What's cracking?
Open up.
Crikey.
I don't. I'm scared to go here. I mean, I'm gonna leave. Okay. I don't want to die again. Go back! Go back. Can I go back? Go back?
I'll give it a shot.
I'm gonna listen to Fenrir again. I just want. Why is it in a meme? It should be. It should be in a museum.
Okay. Wait, there's a dog! There's a dog! Wait. No, dog,
Oh.
come here! Oh no!
Doge. Oh,
Reach out to pet him.
he's gonna bite you. I want him to bite you.
Animal handling. Neo, you mean no harm. Please, please. I'm betting my life on this. I'm gonna kill myself. Literally.
I hope he bites you.
No!
Yes. Oh, baby, let's go. That's what we're talking about.
No.
Deserved.
The dog's hackles
Please.
raise.
You have a skill for this? I do. How do I do that? How do I do that? How do I do that? Chewing, please help, please, please help, please. Chewing. I'm on my. I am on my knees.
She is literally on her knee.
Oh, is it the familiar one?
Familiar? Hardly.
This one? Wait, who has the familiar? Cast, speak animal, snake, grease, thunder wave.
I venture forth.
How do I do it? Cast, speak animal. Cast.
Careful, I bite.
Do I not have it? Try Shadow Heart.
I wonder what the next move is.
Cast, speak animal. Cast, speak animal.
Just bark at him. Just bark at him.
Charm
He's literally
person.
gonna bark.
Wait. I got this. I got this. I don't think I have it. Wait.
Isn't that Twilight Shem? Where he turns into a dog and... Chen?
Dog?
Yeah,
You
in
mean a
Twilight,
werewolf? A
Oh, that's a
werewolf?
wolf. Oh, okay, yeah, werewolf.
Yeah, I don't have it. Wait, I thought I did. Did I not? I swear to God, I put it when he leveled up. God damn it.
Deserved.
Can I leave? Can I restart? Can I? All right.
Holy fuck, your mic peaked.
Okay. 19.
What?
Success.
You see a name etched into the leather. Scratch.
Scratch. It's alright, Scratch. I'm not gonna hurt you. Okay. Thank you for the redeem,
I hope
Eldrin.
he bites you. I hope he bites you.
You're alright,
With a deep,
Scratch.
heartbroken whine. The dog bows his head.
It's so cute.
It's like he looks like that one dog we
Wait,
saw.
is he my companion?
He whines, but remains rooted by the corpse's side.
You won't be able to take him with you, but he will be in your camp.
Ah, okay, I'm fine with that. Where he's safe and not be able to die. Yes, okay. Hold out your hand so he can follow you sent to camp. Okay. Okay. Aww. Oh my goodness.
Chewing, I said that he won't be following her, but he will be waiting in a camp.
Leather boots. Okay, I got boots. Boots. I can't wear these? Are these only for men's? Oh wait.
Wear these?
Wait, no, never mind. I already have boots. Boots?
Elminster's not around.
Why am I so quiet on your stream that Chewing cannot hear me?
I think he could hear you.
No,
You're pretty loud.
Him.
What's this? Can I read it?
Yeah, I know. I'm joking. Yeah, I know, Chewing. I was joking.
9 fingers. It won't come back to the city. Not while you have your dogs looking for me. If you want the debt paid, you have to trust me and collect it yourself. Go to the graveyard and look for where M. Curvin. Oh, curve win? Is
Yeah,
Barry?
my jokes are pretty bad, aren't they?
Wait, what's this one? David?
But I like them. I like my jokes.
Me too. I like my jokes too. Eldrin.
That's good. You should like your jokes.
Did you get what I said?
Jen, tell us a joke right now. Tell us a joke right now.
Eldrin?
Shan, tell us a joke.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Eldrin didn't get it. Eldrin didn't get it.
Didn't get one.
Because I was like, I like my jokes too. Cause you're the joke. Eldrin.
Wow.
You get it? I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, don't worry. I know. I know I'm a joke.
No, it was the joke. It's a
No,
joke.
no,
It's a
no.
joke.
No.
It's
Don't
a
worry.
joke. It's a joke.
I know,
It's a
Shen.
joke. I didn't mean it.
I know, Shen.
I
Don't
apologize,
worry.
Eldrin. I apologize.
Can I headbutt you? I can. I will headbutt you. I know. Don't worry.
Oh my goodness. Wait, what's this? Oh, damn. Thank you, Senso.
Don't say thank you. Stop
we
saying
fight it?
thank you.
Why does she say?
Was that a bad idea? Oh my goodness. Oh, enter. Main attack. Missed? God damn it. Oh. Intern. Okay, hamstring. Sneak attack. Melee attack. Sneak attack. You must have an advantage against target. Are you goddamn kidding me? Is he too strong? I'm scared. Wait, no, he's not. Wait, he's weak as hell. Okay. Okay. Enter. Am I dead?
I need healing.
Oh, don't die. Mage armor. Witch bolt. Sleep. No. $10 damage, 16 damage. What did that do? I don't know what that did. Okay, I guess let's move here. Okay. Sneak attack range. No? An advantage? Advantage? Easy, guys, easy. On means he, Senso. On shit. Are you saying I'm a dude? I could be a dude. I could be a dude, guys.
A 40-year-old dude. I'm telling you guys. I have seen it. She's a 40-year-old dude using.
Might be a while before there's another chance to.
Yeah, damn right I am.
What's inside?
Okay, crate.
Looks like they're laying an ambush.
No? What's it here? Okay, so
I've
many
heard you
why?
can't get blood from a stone, but apparently you
Oh.
can get a wizard from one.
Wait, she has bruises.
Seems interesting.
Okay, we should journey separately for now. No, 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 no.
Another step forward.
Get over there! Surround him like!
I know you're there. Show yourself.
You spotted us. Good. It's like they say. No fun in
Shen, why are you inked up?
doesn't know he's cooked.
Because I'm inked up IRL. Wink, wink.
I'm trying to convince Fenrir to sing song with me.
Really? No
Yeah.
fun in scurrying pig. Scurrying a pig.
We got you surrounded.
We got you surrounded. Yeah, the 23 ink. What is 23 ink?
Before you turn around, and your backside gets the same treatment.
What is 23 ink?
Glows marked on their flesh.
Okay, Sensei, what is that? Nihongo?
Stares in response.
背についてこうやって話して彼女の名前を強調して私したちがこの字に The number 23? Why would I get the number 23 inked? Why? I am so confused. I'm just gonna ignore you guys. Just let me buy and we'll pretend this never happened. Oof. Oof. Okay, double dice roll. Okay. Go. Whoa. Okay, 19. Okay. 16, 17, 18. All right. Easy.
Save our strength for a real threat. Go on then. Just keep your nose clean.
Level up. Okay. Level up. Level up. 24. Okay. I'm so cracked. Okay. Healing. Yeah, we need that. Let's get this one instead. Speak with animals. Okay. Great. Okay. Great. Alright. Fighting style. Okay. Defense. Archery. Alright. Race. Okay. Spells. Fighting style. Okay. Good. Okay. Good. Yo, why mo? Yo, right. Yo. 大丈夫でしょ? Okay, prepare. I think she's good. Accept. Wow, I'm getting the hang of this. I'm getting the hang of it. Okay. Cantrips. Okay, what is this? True strike? Minor illusion. Bone chill. Light. Acid. Okay. Friends? No hostile creature. Dancing lights. Lightning. Poison. Let's do poison. He's very... What the heck are you writing, Senso? He's speaking the language of gods. I selected. What is this? Sleep. Color spray. Charm person. Did that one. Expanded. Expanded? What's this? Ice knife? Grease? Fall cloud? Ray sickness? Shield? Mage armor? Protection from evil.
Hey, miss.
Okay.
Hello? I saw Baldur's Gate. What's going on?
I'm playing Baldur's Gate, mist!
Shen is
Oh,
playing
good.
Baldur's Gate. And she
Good.
didn't and she didn't like invite me.
I like to assume so, yeah.
Where are you at in the game so far?
I just started. I'm like, yeah. Well, I'm 4 hours in.
She
4 hours in. Gotcha.
she saved the Emerald Grove from goblins, but she didn't get into the grove. Like she didn't go inside.
Wait, but don't they open up the gate for you if you just wait by it?
Yeah, they probably do. She just, fucked off the other way.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Wait, Chef,
Well,
isn't this
when you save
Why didn't
a city,
why didn't you have Eldrin play with you?
Well,
because she doesn't want me to play with her.
I do.
I'm pouting. I'm pouting like an anime girl right now.
Wait, so Eldrin, if she wants you to play with her, why didn't you play with her?
Well, I'm at work right now, and she didn't tell me
my
where.
I mean, we could play anytime.
And she didn't tell me she was going to play today.
Yeah, I didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, Shen doesn't do that. If you want to play with Shen, you gotta let her know.
Exactly.
So you know what? Shen, Baldur's Gate stream when?
Right now.
Right now.
Oh, you're straight. Oh shit. You're
Thank you, Chiwing. Yeah.
Chiwing, you're here at this moment, Chiwing. Wow, crazy. Chiwing, how are you? It's been like a couple of days, a week.
Exactly 5 days.
According to you or according to Chiwing?
According to me, I've been counting.
You've been counting the days. Holy shit. Oh
of course.
Wait, you're playing Gale?
No, I'm leveling him up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mirror image. Yeah, he actually bought me this game.
Wait, who bought it again?
Chewy.
Oh.
Yeah, it took him 2 hours to convince me to accept it.
It was 3 hours,
hold on.
and I was the one doing the convincing.
Wait,
3
so you
hours.
didn't even want to play this game, but now you're sitting here streaming it after you convinced someone to buy it for you.
I didn't convince him to buy it.
Sorry. Let me get this straight. You manipulated Chiwing into thinking
I
it was
did
his
not.
idea
I
to
did
get you this game so you could stream it for him.
Exactly. That's what happened.
That did not happen.
It was like that.
Chiwing,
When
you
I
poor baby.
I was she was refusing to get this game from Chewing, but I convinced her because Chewing promised me something if I do that.
Okay.
Yeah, Eldrin said he put a gun on my head. I remember that.
Yeah.
I didn't have a
Because
choice.
you're in America. That's how you people talk to each other, right?
If we ever do a
Oh,
Baldur's Gate collab,
missed. You have Project Zomboid, no?
He
I do.
does.
You wanna play it with me?
Right now, are we getting Mummy in here as well?
Mummy is sleeping, I think.
Fuck, Mummy. You
Can we have
did.
like an official collab of someday? Like not today, but someday.
Man, we should get Mummy involved
Wow.
too, because I know he
Yeah.
I know he plays, and I don't know.
Wow.
Alright, okay, speaking of collabs, Eldrin and Shen. Baldur's Gate collab when? When we're doing it?
Hopefully soon.
Shen, you sound so suspicious. Do you even like this game?
I'm getting the hang of it. Yeah, I actually do.
Okay.
But it's so hard.
I've already beaten this game, and I know the spoilers, so good luck.
Oh, thanks.
I got 14 too.
Thanks.
Alright, so I came in here because I thought we were gonna talk about Baldur's Gate. I didn't know you were playing it. I'm gonna leave now.
Yeah, I'm streaming. Thank you.
Bye guys, bye. Bye, Spencer.
Bye, Mist.
Bye.
No, bye, Eldrin. No. Bye, Eldrin. Why'd you mute yourself, Eldrin? Alright, he hates me. He ignored. Okay, bye, guys.
Jeez. Oh my goodness. Alright. Haha. So funny, guys. So funny.
This way.
No, I haven't done a solo stream in such a long time. Like without nobody here.
I'll grab that.
I'm so used to like people coming in.
Bye, Chewing.
So you just want us to leave?
No, I'm just saying I love it when you guys are here. Free content, you know?
Not to my taste, certainly.
What to do?
Let's see.
Always room for more.
Tin cup.
Oh fuck.
Let's have a look.
Bye, Misty.
These boots have seen everything.
What is this? Wait, do I fight them?
Look what we got.
Berserk.
Another little birdie wanting to fly. Stop this thing! Flap those wings some more, and I'll feed you a worm. And you. Hope you got a stomach for ice.
What the hell are you doing?
Bloody look like? We're teaching this here pipsqueak to fly.
To fly? What do you mean by that? Let me rephrase that. Why are you doing this?
'Cause it makes me laugh.
It does look fun. Why did I stay and watch a while? That's kind of mean though.
You want this little cave lurking what's it?
Yes.
Find your own. He's ours.
Well, lucky for you, I'm a thief.
Your illicit power is beyond reach until you rest.
Intimidation. I won't let you harm my defenseless being not without a fight. All of you, all of you lot against one deep gnome. Ooh.
Why are you suddenly turning British?
Oh, I don't know. Because they're British. They're speaking in like the accent.
Oh,
8? 8.
8 days nuts.
No. Okay, roll again. Roll again.
Jen, do you like pears? The fruit, pears.
No.
Oh.
Why am I getting such low numbers? Oh my god.
Because you can't reach the higher number. You get it? Because you're short.
Yes. Yes, I get it. I get it.
You know, because you're short legs, you can't jump. You get that?
You know, I was thinking because like I did sports, right? I played I played soccer.
Mm-hmm.
And like I was wondering, I was like, man, how come
Was he using you as a ball?
No, like the reason why I didn't do like any other sport is because I couldn't reach high enough.
You meant football.
You know, cause volleyball, you need to be like taller, you know. Like
Yeah.
basketball, you need to be taller.
Yeah, you need to be above 6.
Yeah,
The
and
average height in
then
NBA is like 6.2.
Yeah.
What about tennis though?
About what?
Tennis.
Tennis? I never really liked tennis. I don't know. I played it like one time, like with friends, and it was But I like this soccer. Yeah.
It's football, but okay.
Yeah, I play football.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was fun.
What position did you play in?
I was right wing.
Oh.
I have something to ask.
Yeah, I made in one goal, guys.
Whoa, let's go.
Yeah, me too. Like, I was playing a defense always.
Damn, defense is for the weak.
Yeah, I was weak.
What? How is defense for the weak? Doesn't defense require like literally like the strongest guys?
No, just the biggest. And I was quite big.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna die. Holy damn. Heal? Do I not have heals? What's this? Scroll. Okay.
I just wonder, what are you even doing?
I don't know.
You should have just went into that freaking emerald grove.
I don't know. I don't know. What is this? A sneak attack? Melee?
You are literally like...
Oh, he didn't die? He has 1 HP left? Oh my god, you have
I really
to be
feel like
kidding me.
if we played together, I would really need to like hold your hand and guide you through everything.
Of course, I don't really know what I'm doing. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. This 10 damage, 16 damage.
You know, when I was first time playing, I didn't know what to do either. But I was just, you know, I didn't just like save the city and just went skedaddled away from it. I went the city and I went inside to get my reward for saving it.
Damn. Yeah, it's okay. It's a game, and I can load and save files. She likes to fight goblins. I mean, am I dead? Am I dead? Am I dead?
You might die.
Oh my gosh.
I think you were under-leveled.
Yeah, I think so too. He's level 1! Level 2? Level 1? Level 2? Level 2? I'm level 3!
Yeah, but there are many of them, you know.
Okay. Heal.
Way too many.
Take you.
Okay. And turn. Okay.
Well, be happy you didn't meet Knolls just yet.
Moles? You have potions?
Gnoll. These
You
are
have?
like hyena people.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Chen, are you reading the new Jujutsu Kaisen chapters?
No, I have not. I have not.
Okay.
Do
Sad.
not spoil. Do not spoil.
I need to start reading Jujutsu Kaisen
Do you know
manga.
that Gojo?
That Gojo. Okay.
No, I'm not gonna spoil it. It will probably take like 2 or 3 years to get to that point in anime. Wow, what chapter? I think it's like what chapters are Shibuya arc?
I saw soap dispenser with you know, name Gojo on it. And I was laughing that Gojo got turned into a soap dispenser.
I'm dead.
Then have you seen the Gojo Among Us meme?
No.
Wait, let me share it to you.
Can't control. Goes dead. Okay, now. Enter turn-based mode.
Then yeah, I sent it to you.
What do I do? I'm dead. Do I? I don't know what to do. Can't control dead. Do I? Short rest. Can I
Whoa.
rest?
Faith will protect me. Take you.
Revive. Potion. Okay. Can I run away? Go over here. Go over here. Damn. Enter. You. Our beer nest. Where is that? It's pretty far, Nor. Where is two? The forest? This one? Forest? Let's see. Load game. I died. Okay, I got this. Easy game ish. So much brain power.
Says after she dies 3 times. Easy game.
So much
She says
brain
the same
power.
in Valorant. While fighting in bronze.
Jeez. Oh my goodness. How much are you staying up? It's 1 a.m.
He might,
I don't
he
know.
might just finish the game.
Is this a good time to stop? Now let's save the game. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. So fun.
Why are you doing that laugh?
Because us. It's so fun. It's so
You
fun.
died because because stream just lagged here, and I don't know what happened. Hello?
Hello? Alright, I think this is a good spot to end it, right guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
One
One more?
more hour.
Oh my gosh. It's almost 5 hours. This is good enough. This is good enough. Right guys?
It's been 5 hours
Ha
already?
ha ha.
Damn.
Yeah, it's like 4 hours, 40 minutes. Ha ha
Damn.
ha ha. Ha.
That's a lot.
Oh. Ha ha. It's so nice. Ha ha ha. Ha guys. Ha ha.
Why are you doing the NPC laugh?
Great
so
game.
huge?
Great game. And why not?
Why not? Because Adrian is not here.
Oh, goddamn. It's in my eye. You hit me in the eye. Goddamn, Chewing. Goddamn. Well, I'm going to bed. Good night, y'all. Good night, Chewing. Oh, thank you, Senso. Thank you. Alright, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming in. Thank you. See you guys next time. See you later, alligator. Thank you, everyone, for coming in. Oh, why are you guys beating me up?
Don't you like it, though?
Bye. No, I never
Good
liked
night.
it. I just said I liked it because it made you guys happy. Haha. Haha.
Alright.
Haha.
Good night. It's still morning here, but good night, Frey.
Bye, everyone. Have a good one. Thank you guys for coming by. I'll probably play this next stream, which is probably tomorrow. Maybe.
Cool. I have free day tomorrow, so
Yeah.
I might be able to guide you more efficiently.
Alright. Bye, everyone. See you guys next time. Pog.